This is streaming, and all the new technological solutions give us an advantage after the COVID pandemic. Thanks to, it sounds perhaps funny, but the development of audiovisual technical solutions has bloomed during the pandemic and post-pandemic. So we've come back to traditional lecturing, traditional academic approach.
Zostaną właśnie te, które pozwalają na to, że wykładowca może być w Ameryce czy w jakimkolwiek punkcie świata, a studenci w Warszawie.
In Warsaw,
Można część zajęć w ten sposób prowadzić.
Classes and lectures can be conducted this way. Even in Central and Eastern Europe, some will be conducted, whether forced by the situation or taking advantage of that opportunity and the advancement of technology. I would like to begin this conference and say a few words that the conference is called 30 years after the collapse of the USSR from the perspective of Warsaw. Of course, today we don't have the exact anniversary of the fall of the Soviet Union. All of us know that exactly, but for this reason, I began my statement and of mentioning the pandemic. Because of the pandemic, there has been a delay of all planned events for the anniversary. Even the jubilee of the Eastern Studies Institute, which did not take place in 1990 because there was a 1990 and 91 in 2021 because of the same reasons, the pandemic, and this year when we can finally gather numerously. And I have withdrawn from organizing jubilees in the studium because of the war in the Ukraine. We've come to the conclusion that organizing an anniversary, a jubilee of in a situation where the Eastern Studies Institute has such close contact with lecturers, friends, higher schools of learning in academia in the Ukraine, when we have so many graduates, Ukrainian graduates, organizing a jubilee and a reunion right now does not really make sense. And because of the war, I would say that it would be even inappropriate at this point in time. So with a 2-year delay, we're beginning the conference on the fall of the Soviet Union. At the Eastern Studies, we are involved in this for many years, not from the sense of the collapse of the USSR, because we didn't have any influence in this case, but in terms of studying and researching the circumstances of that fall. From 2016, within the conference that we conducted, the Warsaw Eastern European Conference, we organized particular gatherings, events with signatories of the Białystok Pact. We had meetings with Krawczuk, Szuszkiewicz, or Burbulis. Of course, at that time, Boris Yeltsin was not alive anymore, and he was a main player of those events. But at a time when I had a short period when I could enter Belarus, I was able to conduct a conversation with Rodkiewicz, and it was a very interesting conversation. Unfortunately, I mentioned that Boris Yeltsin was not alive anymore, and right now Krawczuk or Shushkevich or Burbulis or Rodkiewicz, which suddenly died, passed away in strange circumstances, concerning circumstances. The only person who I was not able to talk to and who was a signatory is Witold Fokin, also a gentleman, an elderly, very elderly gentleman, but very active and present, so maybe that would be possible. If that was the case, I would like to issue 2 volumes, publish 2 volumes, but in comparison to academic customs, the volume first will be the volume of sources, because I believe that writing down, transcribing these discussions with these historical characters will be the most important thing for our scientific research. And the second volume will be an analytical descriptive from my side. As I mentioned twice, I believe that I know who is the author of the draft of Białystok. Witold is smiling, and I will say once again, I'm not going to... he won't want to look at my book if I reveal the secret today or buy it. So I would like to keep that secret for a little bit longer and maintain the suspense until the moment when we are issuing the publication. There's one other very important circumstance tied to the conference, and we will speak about this later. The conference takes place within the grant project of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Public Democracy 2022, and within that, the key factor was what we have in the title, which is from the Perspective of Warsaw, of the fall of the Soviet Union, and 92, in some individual cases 93, is the start of the reclaiming or creating from the outset formal diplomatic conditions with new states, former Soviet republics, which were established after the collapse of the Soviet Union. In this conference, and our audience here in the room and our listeners online will be able to take advantage of the discussion and the lectures. We wanted to show you how, when we're looking at it, how the collapse of the Soviet Union was seen at that time, how those steps were taken in order to tie in relations with new countries. If you take a look at 30 years back, I remember the times, and this is very outstanding, and I know individuals who participated in creating this new Polish Eastern policy after 1991. There are 3
języki
conference languages available. For certain reasons, I decided to not use the Russian language, but it's not really the Russian language which is at fault in any way, but from each of the participants has available the Russian language and the Polish language. So Russian, Polish, and English is available. Concluding,
I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Poland, whose priceless support gave us an opportunity to organize and provide this conference in the frame, as I said, of a public task within the grand competition, Public Diplomacy 2022. And I would like to invite you all to visit the exhibition, Poland in the Face of the Collapse of the Soviet Union, in the front of Potocki Palace, where headquarters of Studium Europy Wschodniej is situated. Finally, let me use the traditional academic formula that I consider our conference. That conference is open. And as the Lithuania starts so-called Baltic chain of freedom, I would like to welcome the stage Professor Violeta Davoliūtė from the Vilnius University with the keynote lecture, Vectors of Memory Since the Collapse of the USSR, example from the Baltic states. Dear Professor, the floor is yours. Okay, it can be. Or here. Up to you.
Hello, can everybody hear me? So, hello everybody. First of all, I would like to say that it's a great honor for me to be here and to speak at this conference. I'm always happy to visit Warsaw. I was in Warsaw this summer, and it's just equally beautiful now in December, before the holidays, approaching holidays. And so I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I also look forward to learning more about the collapse of the USSR from the perspective on Warsaw, and I hope that you will find my perspective from Vilnius to be of interest as well. So I was told that the talk should be about 40-45 minutes. I kind of prepared it for this format, but if I by chance go over time, please give me a notice and I will jump to conclusions or shorten some sections. So my perspective is shaped by my locality in Lithuania as well as my profession, which lies in the study of collective memory and cultural history. I believe that the way in which individuals and societies frame the past, the way they use the past to shape the future, is important to our understanding of why and how the USSR collapsed, as well as the nature of the democratic transitions that followed. Of course, with Russian missiles raining on Ukraine, we are reminded that not every post-Soviet transition has been democratic. Listening to the terrible speeches made by President Putin and his supporters, we get a clear idea of the role played by the abuse of the past in the despotic and criminal policies of the Russian Federation. Thus, the subject of my presentation is memory, collective memory rather than individual, and how collective memory has evolved since the collapse of the USSR. I will focus on developments in Lithuania with some comparative references to the Baltic states, Central Europe, and Russia. To describe the process of change, of evolution, I invoke the concept of vectors of memory. This is clearly in my title. And I single out three such vectors. The first is national consolidation, the second is Europeanization, and the third is securitization. Why vectors? Why do I talk about vectors? In one sense, it would be simpler to think of these as stages in the development of collective memory in post-Soviet Lithuania and the Baltics. One could say that the first stage of national consolidation started in the late 1980s, when Gorbachev's policies of glasnost allowed for the open publication of previously suppressed materials such as books, diaries, memoirs, testimonies, and so forth. One could say that the second stage of Europeanization began in the late 1990s, when the process of European integration gained speed and when there was pressure to broaden our parochial national perspective and adopt more transnational approaches to the past. Finally, we could say that the third stage of securitization began in 2008 when Russia invaded Georgia. From 2014, when Russia invaded Ukraine, Lithuanians and Balts, Latvians, Estonians, felt a particularly strong need to protect national memory against external threats. I would say that Lithuanians here could have this especially strong stance. This chronological outline is rather simple, but there is some truth to it. But reality is always more complex, and most importantly, the evolution of memory is never a linear process. For this reason, I prefer to talk about memory in terms of vectors. I believe this captures the reality that the shape of memory at any point of time, in time, is being pushed and pulled in several directions at once, by memory actors with various agendas, by major events like the collapse of the USSR, or by long-term processes like displacement, migration, education, globalization, and the emergence of social media. Thus, my presentation will proceed in three parts, each devoted to a specific vector of memory. I will proceed chronologically, but will argue against a linear interpretation of the evolution of memory. I also argue against the notion that these vectors are good or bad, or that historical policy, historical education, or public history should emphasize one or the other. I will conclude by asking what Russia's aggression against Ukraine has taught us about the role of memory in European politics. I will suggest that all three vectors of memory are relevant, mutually reinforcing, and essential for national security, social resilience, and democratic development at the national and European levels. So, first part, the consolidation of national memory. The first vector, the consolidation of national memory in Lithuania, and I will focus on Lithuanian here as kind of the prime example, is most closely associated with the last years of the USSR, when the weakening of communist regimes and Gorbachev's policy of glasnost enabled the open publication and discussion of previously suppressed narratives. Indeed, the phrase, quote-unquote, the return of memory, was often invoked at the time to characterize the social and cultural revolution underway. Starting in 1987, public discourse and debate focused on previously taboo topics, including the circumstances surrounding the incorporation of the Baltic states into the USSR, the mass deportations, forced collectivization in the post-war era, the armed anti-Soviet resistance, and its suppression. The first public demonstration in Vilnius took place on the 23rd of August, 1987, to commemorate the 48th anniversary of the 1939 signing of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. The Vilnius rally coincided with demonstrations in the two other Baltic capitals, Tallinn and Riga, and was repeated each year until the end of the Union. In general, this period was marked by mass rallies, the publication of deportee memoirs, and massive commemorative rituals, which were supplemented by efforts to collect personal written evidence of Stalin's oppression. For most Lithuanians, the full scale of Soviet crimes was unknown, and their public disclosure created shock and public indignation, which Sąjūdis, the leading organization that coordinated the popular movement against Soviet rule, used for political mobilization. The return of memory also had a strong performative dimension of mourning, with Lithuanian families engaged in widespread efforts to commemorate the loss of relatives who had been killed or deported during Soviet times. The first open commemorations began in 1987, and many Lithuanians made pilgrimages to deportation sites in Siberia and Kazakhstan, erecting crosses and monuments and former prisons and forced labor camps. Many took a further step and brought the remains of former prisoners and deportees back to Lithuania for reburial, often accompanied by large-scale rallies and processions. This process of coming to terms with the past in the late 1980s was dominated by various non-state actors that coalesced under the wing of Sąjūdis, such as the Freedom League of Lithuania and the Union of Political Prisoners and Deportees of Lithuania. They contributed to the creation of a powerful narrative about the fighting and suffering nation, with a focus on the mass deportations and repressions conducted under Stalin and on the anti-Soviet resistance. Another dimension to the return of memory was the return of the memory of Lithuanian émigrés, people who left before the end of the war were fleeing the advancing Soviet forces. This introduced a distinct vocabulary to frame the events of the Second World War, including the term genocide, to characterize the Stalinist deportations and repressions. This term entered Lithuanian historical discourse and was institutionalized in the name of the main Institute of National Memory, Institute of National Memory created in 1992, called the Genocide and Resistance Research Center of Lithuania. In late Soviet and post-Soviet Russia, I jumped to the example from Russia, Alexander Etkin asserts, the return of memory failed to generate any social demand for transitional justice, to prosecute the crimes committed by communists. Instead, nostalgia for the Soviet past was purposefully spread by state-controlled television and other media. In Lithuania, by way of contrast, the return of memory was marked by the vigorous exercise of newly established institutions of transitional justice. Indeed, the Baltic states emerged as leaders in the region for prosecuting communist-era crimes in national courts. Based on historical research conducted by specialized institutes of national memory, primarily in Lithuania and Latvia, several hundred investigations against former Soviet security service or military officials were initiated, of which some 50 cases eventually resulted in court verdicts. They all concerned crimes committed during the 1940s and the 1950s and were based on charges of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and most frequently genocide. From today's perspective, looking back at this period and the evolution of Lithuanian and indeed Baltic memory, scholars are generally quite critical. This idea that memory returned is criticized because while the memory of some events returned, the memory of other events clearly did not. For example, when the Soviet deportations were at the center of public discourse, the victims were described as though they were all ethnic Lithuanians, while in reality, the deportations affected Poles, Jews, and other ethnic groups on Lithuanian soil in almost exact proportion to their share of the population. Very little attention was paid to the genocide of the Jews and Roma during the war, to the quote-unquote repatriation of the Polish population from the Vilnius region, or any other historical trauma. Very little attention was paid to the role of Lithuanians who collaborated with either the Soviet or the Nazi regime. Indeed, looking back, we can see certain continuities of Lithuanian historical discourse with Soviet historical narratives of the late Soviet period, like the figure of the Lithuanian people as martyrs of history. As we know, memory is always selective, and it goes hand in hand with forgetting. That said, we must not lose sight of the emancipatory power of the return of memory during these times, of how citizens were empowered through their personal engagement with the past, how they were united by this engagement, and how their unity drove a process of political change and transitional justice. The consolidation of national memory was crucial then, and it remains important today. The need to engage citizens in learning and commemorating the past and seeking justice for past crimes remains as current an issue today as it was in 1989. Part 2, I go to the Europeanization of national memory. The Europeanization of national memory is the second vector that I would like to describe. And while I will focus on events that took place in the late 1990s and early 2000s, we must remember that the Europeanization of Lithuania began much earlier, but I won't go into that. This is just this segment of Europeanization. So after the return of memory, the second phrase that was most commonly used to characterize the popular movement against Soviet rule was the return to Europe. And indeed, the first commemorations of the Holocaust and the establishment of the Vilna Gaon Jewish Museum took place in 1989. That said, it is equally the case that the European vector of Lithuanian memory was accelerated by the December 1997 decision of the European Council on enlargement of the European Union and the launching of programs to support the adoption of the acquis communautaire by the 10 countries of Central and Eastern Europe. The Baltic approach to transitional and retrospective justice was seen as failing short of the acquis. The institutes of national memory and the work of the justice systems appeared to be concerned mainly with the investigation of Soviet crimes, even if the German occupation was formally within their mandate. The apparent lack of interest in prosecuting, documenting, or teaching about Nazi crimes, including the role of locals in the Holocaust, was the cause of frequent criticism. International organizations, Holocaust memory activists, and Western embassies in the Baltics were concerned that antagonistic memories of the Second World War would fester and derail the process of democratization. So in 1998, to address these concerns, the president of each of the Baltic states established a historical commission tasked with investigating and determining responsibility for crimes committed under the Nazi regime, no less than those of the Soviet. The involvement of Western experts on the Holocaust was solicited to boost the authority and credibility of the commissions and to reinforce the reconciliatory dimension to this effort. In Lithuania, research to ascertain the facts of the Shoah was launched. A network of tolerance centers was established at schools across the country. Memoirs of Jewish survivors were translated into Lithuanian and published. And so by the time Lithuania joined the EU in 2004, it had established the basic infrastructure for a more transnational approach to the past. Nevertheless, scholars generally assess that these efforts to have fallen short of what is truly needed, and thus having failed to reconcile antagonistic memories about the Second World War. That said, I believe that the effort to implement a more transnational approach to the past has had a positive effect, and most importantly, continues to be one of the major vectors in the development of Lithuanian memory today. Moreover, the process of learning and integration has enabled Lithuanian and Baltic historians, politicians, and memory activists to exercise an influence on the European stage. And this influence became apparent in the 2008 Prague Declaration on European Conscience and Communism, which called for the overhaul of history textbooks so that children across Europe could learn about communism and its crimes in the same way as they have been taught to assess Nazi crimes. The text of the Prague Declaration was shaped through extensive debate at the European Parliament and ultimately approved in 2009 as a resolution entitled, quote, "On European Conscience and Totalitarianism," end quote. That's the title. Today, this more comprehensive approach to the legacy of totalitarian regimes is standard in EU programs on European remembrance, although as a teacher, as an educator at the university with international students sitting in my class, I can say that much more indeed needs to be done, because a lot of students who actually study European history have a rather vague understanding of these events and processes. Anyway, the European vector of national memory is not a one-way street. While Lithuanians worked to learn European approaches to the past, they also learned how to shape historical narratives at the European level. This two-way influence is equally notable in Lithuanian and Baltic efforts to secure transitional justice. As I have already mentioned, Lithuania adopted the vocabulary of genocide to characterize the crimes of Stalinism, and it initially adopted a law criminalizing genocide that expanded the internationally recognized definition to include not just national, ethnic, racial, or religious, but also political groups. This led to the situation where Lithuanian convictions for genocide have been regularly overturned by the European Court of Human Rights, and Lithuania eventually amended its law to conform with the internationally accepted definition, but it did not stop its efforts to prosecute the perpetrators of communist crimes for genocide. I'll just give a few examples. The case of Lithuania versus Stanislovas Drėlingas stands out in this regard. Drėlingas was an operative of the Soviet KGB, and in 1956 he participated in the arrest of a famous anti-Soviet armed resistance fighter, anti-Soviet partisan, Adolfas Ramanauskas, better known by his nom de guerre Vanagas, along with his wife. After capture, Vanagas was tortured, tried by a Soviet court, and executed, and his wife was deported to Siberia. Drėlingas was put on trial in 2014 and sentenced for his participation in genocide. As with several other such convictions, this one was appealed to the European Court of Human Rights, and most observers expected that the appeal would be successful. However, for the first time, a Lithuanian conviction of a communist crime as genocide was upheld at the European level, that is in 2019. The essence of Lithuania's victory lies in the recognition of the historical argument. emphasize historical argument advanced by the Lithuanian Supreme Court that the so-called Forest Brothers or anti-Soviet partisans in the Baltics not only fought to ensure the survival of the nation, but also embodied the survival. The intention of the Soviet security services to eliminate the resistance, defined as a significant part of the nation, was thus assessed to be genocidal in intent. So I thought I will draw your attention to this case. And now move on to the third part, securitization of memory. That's the last part, conclusions, and that's it. Russian aggression against Georgia and Ukraine, the revival of propaganda from the Second World War, and the deployment of historical revisionism targeted key vulnerabilities, cultural, social, political, and military, of the Baltic states. National authorities became acutely concerned of the possibility of a hybrid attack, appealing to the hearts and minds of Russian minorities in broader regions to support an incursion or destabilizing action. Prohibitions against the display of communist symbols were strengthened. Ministries of defense began to take surveys of the population, measuring levels of patriotism, media literacy, and satisfaction with public services. Compulsory military service was reintroduced in Lithuania, and recruitment to the reserves was reinforced in each country. Educational programs were strengthened with courses on civil defense and patriotic history. Scholars are generally quite critical of such measures, which they analyze in the framework of securitization. As the Estonian scholar Maria Malksuu writes, the attitude that a nation's memory needs to be protected against attack leads to the politicization of history and the adoption of measures that constrain free discussion. Militant minimocracies, she says, defend a specific narrative of the past in order to sustain a specific identity in the present. But the result is not more security, but increased antagonism between diverse communities of memory. The debate over securitization of memory is ongoing, and I would like to share a few examples of the politicization of memory and the growth of antagonism among different communities of memory in Lithuania. As for which Lithuanian memories must be defended, it is the history of the armed anti-Soviet movement that takes a clear first place. Notably, the memory of the resistance was not especially promoted during the return of memory, the first period I was talking about, during the first vector of the late Soviet period. At that time, the focus was on Lithuanian suffering under the Soviets, not so much their active and armed resistance. But in response to more recent Russian historical revisionism, however, the history of the anti-Soviet resistance has been strongly promoted in historical discourse as the highest example of civic valor. In fact, this began earlier in 1999 when the Lithuanian parliament adopted laws that recognized the resistance movement as a body of the Lithuanian state and as evidence of de facto contiguity of the Lithuanian state throughout the Soviet occupation. This intensified after the Russian invasion of Georgia. In 2009, the Lithuanian parliament retroactively proclaimed Jonas Žemaitis, a partisan leader who established the movement for the struggle for freedom of Lithuania and who survived in hiding until 1953 as the fourth president of Lithuania. But it was not until the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2014 that post-war resistance took on a primary role in Lithuania public memory. Russia's systemic demonization of the Ukrainian authorities as a fascist junta and the leading role of Ukrainian volunteer fighters in the defense of the nation invoked parallels to Lithuania's past. In 2017, Parliament decided to dedicate the year 2018, the 100th anniversary of Lithuanian independence, to the memory of already mentioned Adolfas Ramanauskas Vanagas, the former partisan leader and victim, whom I mentioned in this case, Lithuania versus Drėlingas, which ended in the conviction of Drėlingas for the crime of genocide. Since Ramanauskas Vanagas was also born in 1918, the 100th anniversary seemed like a fitting occasion to recognize the contribution, his contribution to the defense of Lithuanian sovereignty. Remarkably, the remains of Ramanauskas were discovered, identified through DNA analysis, and reburied in a high-profile state funeral. In November 2018, the Lithuanian parliament posthumously elected Ramanauskas to the post of the Lithuanian head of state for the 3-year period from the 26th of November 1954 to the 29th of November 1957. Historians consulted by Parliament were against these initiatives and against these elections, citing the lack of evidence that Ramanauskas viewed himself as the head of state or of de facto existence of any Lithuanian state at the time. According to the head of the Lithuanian Institute of History, Alvydas Nikžentaitis, the decision of the Parliament amounts to a rewriting of history for the sake of politics. Other scholars, including law professor Witold consider the de jure continuity of Lithuanian statehood recognized under international law to be a sufficient basis for the election. So the intense glorification of the anti-Soviet partisans has led to other scandals that have reached the international stage. I don't know whether you know or not, but one of such scandals that really grasped the attention of Lithuanian public took place in 2016 and is connected to Rūta Vanagaitė's best-selling book on the Holocaust in Lithuania entitled Our People. Her book generated an unprecedentedly large Lithuanian and international readership by offering a personal and emotional engagement with a deeply traumatic subject matter, the participation of our people, that is, Lithuanians, in the Holocaust. Another scandal concerned the legacy of and the clash. I'm going to skip the part to make this a little bit shorter, that in 2018, the same writer, Rūta Vanagaitė, accused that Ramanauskas, whom I mentioned above, this glorified partisan, that he may have collaborated with the Soviet and the Nazi occupational authorities. And although later she admitted this to be untrue, apologized, but this really caused a widespread hate campaign that on social media by some so-called influencers that really caused the withdrawal of her books, including the book on the participation of the Lithuanian participation in the Holocaust from bookstores. So these cases where these scandals or these cases where the authority of a particular historical personality or the involvement in participation in collaboration rather with different regimes, this is really very prominent in this third stage, which I call kind of the securitization moment or vector. I will give a few more examples, in this case related to Soviet legacy. For example, the removal of the sculptures from so-called Green Bridge at the center of Vilnius. These were monuments that were put during the Stalinist period, but made by the Lithuanian artists that were recruited to produce these sculptures, and which represented a Soviet soldier, a worker, a peasant, and an artist. And so they were removed, and the act was driven by the securitization of memory, by the sense that these representations could be exploited by Russian propaganda to undermine Lithuanian society. The removal triggered a stormy debate, which is actually ongoing and intensifying even today, over the need to keep or remove monuments to historical figures associated with the communist or Nazi regimes. And in this case, we are talking about local figures, local artists, local intellectuals, local, other people of cultural or political significance. So the antagonism between different communities of memory indeed grew when liberal politicians and the Jewish community pressured the city to remove the plaque of yet another anti-Soviet resistance fighter, Jonas Noreika, right at the center, right on the wall of Wróblewski Library. I'm sure some of you know exactly where it is. The mayor of Vilnius asked the Genocide and Resistance Research Center to issue an official memorandum clarifying Noreika's role in the Holocaust. The resulting memorandum refuted witnesses' claims that Noreika was personally involved in the killing of Jews and minimized his agency as collaborator. Attention to this case was amplified by the publication of Noreika's US-born daughter, Sylvia Potti, who in 2018 published an article in the magazine Salon and later a book whereby she claimed that my grandfather wasn't a hero, he was a brutal collaborator. So this is just to give an example of these kind of antagonistic memory clashes that intensified in the past years. So I will skip another examples. I'm sure you get the idea, and I will go to conclusions. Because surely I could go on with more examples. We really have a lot of these debates at the moment. So I would like to conclude with an assessment of the three vectors of memory, especially in light of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. I will start with the idea of securitization this time. Here, I think a conceptual discussion needs to be made between legitimate and necessary efforts to combat propaganda and falsification on the one hand, and illegitimate attempts to protect a single interpretation of the past. Here, I think the theoretical literature on securitization makes the mistake of putting these two approaches into the same basket. I also believe the vector of national consolidation has been subject to an extensive criticism. The return of memory in Lithuania in the late 1980s shows that the campaign to engage citizens in learning about forgotten and repressed aspects of the past, to engage them in the generation of a shared national memory and to pursue transitional justice, play a positive, progressive role in strengthening social cohesion and democratic development. Looking to Ukraine, I think it is painfully clear how essential the consolidation of collective memory is to national security and democratic development. Yes, we will find examples of parochialism in every effort to develop collective memory, but the need for narratives that provide a sense of shared identity is essential for any community. Critics of the European vector of Lithuanian and Baltic memory fall into two camps. Those who claim it was not sincere and not implemented sufficiently, and those who see it as an imposition of foreign narratives from the outside. I hope to have demonstrated some positive outcomes resulting from the integration of national and European approaches to the past. Lithuanian memory has expanded to include the experience of national minorities, and we are doing a better job at confronting the shameful and uncomfortable chapters of our national history. And we have a lot to do in this area, but I do believe that we're moving ahead. Meanwhile, the efforts of Lithuanian memory activists, along with their Baltic, Polish, Czech, and other colleagues from Central and Eastern Europe, have succeeded to a degree in broadening European perspectives on the crimes of communism. And it is here that the lessons of Russia's aggression against Ukraine are perhaps most acute, where the two-way street between European and national perspectives is most urgently needed. It took weeks of full-scale war and revelations of atrocities committed by Russian troops in Bucha before certain Western officials came to realize that their reading of history, their reading of Russia's relations with its neighbors, is fundamentally flawed. Admitting to the failure of Germany's foreign policy vis-à-vis Russia, President Frank-Walter Steinmeier explained his blindness by claiming that he, quote, did not believe that Vladimir Putin would embrace his country's complete economic, political, and moral ruin for the sake of his imperial madness, end quote. For Lithuanians, and I think for Poles, the method of Putin's madness is all too familiar. Russian politicians and propaganda outlets have labeled Ukraine as a fascist state since the initial invasion in 2014. They revived an anti-fascist discourse in which Soviet victory over Germany in the Great Patriotic War was made into the main pillar of the regime's legitimacy. The erasure of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact in memory was part and parcel of the erasure of national independence in the Baltic states as a political fact. The abuse of the past by the Russian regime is an integral part of the aggression it is exercising on the international stage. This needs to be countered not only by combating propaganda and falsification, but also by resisting the temptation to control the past or to advance a single narrative for the sake of a false sense of security. I believe that a balance between the three vectors of memory, national consolidation, Europeanization, and securitization is the best way forward. Thank you for your attention. How many minutes was it? I did not follow. Maybe comments, questions, remarks? Yeah, we could do it during our round table so people can have a break. Perfect. I think it's a good idea and people will get a break. Thank you very much for your attention.
This one? No. Now it's on, right? Okay, thank you. So we'll start our roundtable. The subject, the topic of the roundtable is research on the phenomenon of the USSR 30 years after its collapse. And we have three panelists. Dr. Violeta Davoliūtė is one of the panelists, and there are two others which will be joining us online. Dr. Alena Markova and Professor Natalia Shlikhta. And I suggest we start with Natalia Shlikhta because there is this slight risk of Russian bombing and probably we'll just lose connection. So once you are with us, I suggest we start with your presentation. Natalia Shlikhta is from National University of Kyiv-Mohyla Academy. She specializes in the history of Orthodox Church in Ukraine. She also deals with national memory, history of Soviet Union, so everything which is tightly connected to our main topic. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And it's, do you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you very well.
Great. So it's a real pleasure for me to be present here, at least via Google Meets, and to
We are not hearing you anymore.
I'm here again. Do you see me?
Yes.
I'm sorry, that's shortages, there's light shortages and internet shortages. So it happens now constantly. But it's my real pleasure to be present here and to participate in this roundtable. And is there a possibility to share a brief presentation, a very brief presentation, few slides? I'll try to do this. Just a second. Okay. Do you see my slides? Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's because actually I don't know Google Meets. We are working via Zooms. Slightly difficult for me. And in my brief introductory statement, I would actually like to not to talk about something with sound. It's awful. In my brief introductory statement, I won't talk about my personal research, but I would like to say a few words about the conference, which my university, together with the Canadian Institute of Ukrainian Study, organized in June 2021. And actually this conference was completely devoted to the phenomenon of rise of the Soviet and to That's an important question that was raised in the conference on the current stage of the research. I'm sorry, can you hear me, because it's just awful sound? Okay, thank you, because here it's just awful, awful sound, and I don't hear myself. So, and so this is the major topic of the conference, and 55 participants from 11 countries participated. The majority of them were Ukrainian scholars, but besides Ukrainian scholars, we've got scholars from all these other countries that are mentioned in this slide. And also, importantly, this was an interdisciplinary conference, so we've got the majority of us were historians, but also we've got colleagues from other fields of humanities, but also from economics and sociology. Therefore, we had the possibility to look at the Soviet phenomenon from different angles. And this allows me to devote my time to this conference and to focus on the major underlying topics that were central for this conference. And I think that the focus on this research presentations allows me to make certain generalizations about the current state of researching the phenomenon of the Soviet Union, at least in Ukraine, but also in other countries whose participants were present during the conference. So here on this slide, you can see the major underlying themes of the conference. It is very important to mention that we actually didn't have lots of presentations on repressions, on Soviet repressions and on the Soviet terror, but it might be partly because the conference was thought about as a conference more on the cultural and social aspects of the Soviet phenomenon, but not exactly on the terror and on repressions. And therefore, I have to stress that the majority of research that we have in Ukraine now on the Soviet period, Ukrainian history, there's actually the research on the terror and on the repressions and on the totalitarian character of the Soviet state. And the major chronological focus of Ukrainian researchers, of Ukrainian scholars, are 1930s till 1950s, I mean the Stalinist era. And actually, if we generalize about what Ukrainian scholars do about Soviet history, so a very brief answer and simplistic answer would be that they continue this this approach suggested by the totalitarian school back in the 1950s, 1960s, and it is my guess that the current situation, I mean the whole-scale war of Russia against Ukraine, this current situation will only intensify this research on the terror character of the Soviet state. But nonetheless, when we are going back to the conference and to those themes and conference themes and conference topics. So here you see the list of them, and I would say that the majority of them, of presentations, of the research presented during the conference, evolved over these first three themes. So these were the major themes. I mean the formation of the Soviet man, with the focus on the issues of Soviet identity and on the attempt to construct a correct Soviet memory, and in going from different angles, presenters
We lost our panelists, right? Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay, so because actually the time is almost over for Natalia Shlikhta's presentation, so I suggest Dr. Alena Markova starts her presentation, and if we are lucky enough and we'll reconnect with Natalia Shlikhta, we'll just let her finish her presentation. Alena okay. So, sorry, I got a little bit confused because you disconnected. So once we are reconnected again, I suggest you try really briefly, like in few minutes, up to 4 minutes, just to summarize, give us the maybe only the conclusions, because otherwise we risk not to hear what you're going to say.
Okay. But do you see my presentation or not?
Yes, we saw it. Yeah.
You saw it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I'll be very, very brief. So I've presented these major themes that were raised by the participants. So is it okay now? Do you hear me? And that's.
And excuse me, could you make it bigger a little bit on the screen? Because I'm hardly seeing it. I mean, I can see that there is something, but I cannot read it. It's my thought. It's at my age, it becomes difficult.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's my problem with Google Meets. I never use it, so I don't know. Here, share. I'm sorry. That's our life now.
Okay, so just keep.
Okay, I'll do this. Okay, so these were the major themes. The next grand theme was about religion. Traditional religion on the one hand, Christian religion that attempted to survive in the Soviet state on the one hand, and Soviet political religion used as an important instrument of molding the homo-postsovieticus on the other hand, were as well very important themes. And other smaller themes, but also important themes, topics raised during the conference were about the cultural and visual dimensions of the Soviet, and we were talking about Soviet popular and Soviet mass culture, and some very exotic topics such as laughing under the Soviet and laughing during the 1930s were as well used during the raised during the conference. conference. Important attention was to the spatial dimension. We were talking about Soviet urban space and its development, and as well to women history and ego history, meaning personal stories of those who lived under the Soviet rule. And during the conference, we've got a final roundtable discussion, and roundtable discussion was devoted to the idea, to the issue of research approaches and possibilities to overcome the Soviet period. And I will finish my brief statement with a brief summary of the major suggestions made by the roundtable participants. So one of them was Sergei Plokhy, and Sergei Plokhy suggested that in order to study the Soviet phenomenon, we've got to contextualize it. So it's impossible to study the Soviet phenomenon just as a unique phenomenon that has no relations to the processes whatsoever that had place during the 20th century. And his idea was an importance to contextualize within the European history and broader within the world history of the 20th century. The next suggestion by Oksana Kis and Elena Brinchenko was to take an anthropological approach. So they suggested to focus on the small characters of historical process, and the focus on these small characters, on their conflicting memories, on their conflicting experience of living through the Soviet period, would allow to understand this whole phenomenon of being and living through the Soviet period. The next one was the situational approach. This idea was suggested by Ilya Gerasimov, who is chief editor of Ab Imperio.
Okay, I think we lost Natalia Shlikhta again. So I suggest we stop here for the moment, and we proceed with the presentation by Dr. Alena Markova, who represents Charles University, Prague. Oh, okay, okay, so I'm really sorry because
half last minute. I'm finishing, completely finished.
Okay, so just
there's half minute.
Okay.
So situational approach, which means you focus on interaction, not on the actors, but on the interaction of different actors within the given situation. And the last one, suggestion on to stress and to increase the use of other non-traditional, non-official sources, and also to be more interdisciplinary, because interdisciplinarity allows to look at the Soviet phenomenon from various angles. I'm truly sorry about this, but it's not
no,
my
it's not
fault
your fault.
Definitely,
It's not your fault. We fully understand the problems, and me too. I'm sorry that you couldn't, talk smoothly because of the shortages. Thank you very much. So now I invite Alena Markova, PhD from Charles University, Prague. She specializes in nation building, historical consciousness, and the history of Central Europe and Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. So Alena, the floor is yours.
So thank you very much. Just like a very awkward question to the very beginning. Do you hear me? Like, is it okay?
Yes, it's perfect.
Oh, thank you very much. This is like a good news. Okay, so first of all, probably I will be not original because I must say thank you to Professor Malitsky and his highly professional team for organizing such important events and tackling such acute questions as rethinking of 30 years of independence, of Soviet heritage, and what should we do with it, and so on and so on and so on. Thank you very much again. I will focus my attention on national identity issue in Belarus because originally I'm from Belarus and I deal with Belarusian history. So let me make like some previous summary about like development, about dissolution of the Soviet Union. Well, what is national identity? Mostly of cases, this is very true platform for national culture or probably made of national culture, heritage, legacy, and national language, which give us like a kind of symbolical glue for national building, national identity, and probably nation building in sense nationhood, in sense like a national state. Well, and in case of Belarus, we can define at least two several periods related to this issue, which are like very, very crucial. So the first one, this is very short period after gaining independence. I'm talking about 1919 and 1905. And this is very like right period of national post-Soviet emancipation, period of great hopes and expectations, because we are talking about implementation of different laws on languages, for example, in line with, according to this law, own languages, Belarusian language became the one and the only state language in the post-Soviet Belarus. Development of national legacy, national heritage, national culture, development, emergence of the new concept of the national history of Belarus. And so the second period from 1995 till now, this is like a period, to be honest, this is a period of reinstalled intensive Russification, launched by new authorities. I'm talking about the president, Lukashenko, and his authorities. And again, this is Russification. I'm talking about like Russification of education, national media, and so on and so on. And for example, national language was pushed out from the public discourse, media, official discourse, and so on and so on and so on. And in case we say, yeah, that there was like a kind of like a soft Belarusization under Makey's rule. Makey, this is like the former prime minister of Belarus, but still, in case of so-called soft Belarusization, we can say that this is like a national emancipation in like a full-fledged national emancipation, in full sense of national emancipation. And I must say, probably we must say as a scientist, as scholars, that national emancipation in case of Belarus failed because of short period, because of absence of state support, and so on and so on and so on. There are many reasons, you know. And even now, Belarusian national emancipation issue as language, culture, and so on, like a new concept of national history, probably is not the very first issue of the democratic authorities of Tikhanovskaya in exile, actually. And therefore, there are many still uncomfortable questions we have to deal with, or even more, we have to solve as a scholars, as a scientist, as a analytics. What should we do now with the national issue? And I see here is, I guess, I think this is a very successful example of Ukraine with national language and supporting of national history and so on and so on and so on. We should learn and we should take an example of this experience, I guess. And there are also many questions which I called uncomfortable. For example, in case of Belarus, should be adopted the law on language, which means that Belarusian language will be the only state language again, or should we not? Is it crucial or is it not crucial again, as it was during the very first wave of the national emancipation in 19th? So should we transfer all educational sphere into national language or should we not? Is it important for our statehood or is it not important? How can we support national culture, for example? And therefore, there is a great field for future work, and I hope there will be field for future development because of current situation, because of war, because we don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. Is there any tomorrow, actually? And that is why, actually, this is a kind of work we, historians, academics, scholars, we should, or even we must be involved too. Because this is our duty to society. I know it sounds very like a pathetic, but I do think so. And therefore, if we want or if we don't want, we should, we probably even have to cooperate with civil society sector, like a civil society organization, and on the other hand, with politicians and policymakers, because we have to give knowledge, our analysis, our research to politicians to make evidence-based knowledge, to evidence-based political decision-making. And they have to hear our voice as a voice of professionals who will take a part in future renovation of not only Belarusian society. So thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your presentation. So now I'll invite Dr. Violeta.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
You can't hear me. I really don't know why, actually. Yes?
Yeah, now
hearing
it's
me,
like...
right? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So now I'll invite Dr. Violeta Davoliūtė from Vilnius University to make her presentation, and then we'll proceed to the comments by Witold Rodkiewicz.
So I thought I will speak, but I decided to read again, so apologies. I'll have a short interjection, about 5 minutes, right? So I will draw your attention to the importance of studies of late socialism in the USSR. We'll point out that scholarly interest in the period of late socialism has become strong in recent years, so strong in recent years that one might easily forget how the period was regarded not so long ago as a time of political and cultural stagnation, seen as stagnation, when nothing of interest could possibly seemingly have occurred. The recent growth of interest in the period from the late 60s to the mid-80s among scholars, and that's in the international arena, scholars working also in the Baltic states, reflects a significant shift of academic methodologies and thematic focus. And in general, scholars from the Baltic states are sometimes perceived as a single block in terms of their approach to Soviet studies, employing the totalitarian paradigm and focused mostly on developing narratives of Soviet oppression, national resistance, and indeed it was the case for some time. But this perspective, this actually has changed, and now one can see a broad range of studies emerging from this region. So in what follows, I will quickly argue that the invention and migration of the term late socialism was instrumental to the bridging of Baltic and international contemporary history in the USSR, and contributed to more sophisticated understanding of disruption and continuity over the political breaking point of 1991. Alexei Yurchak, professor of anthropology at Berkeley University, may or may not have been the first to coin the term late socialism, but he has undoubtedly done more than others to advance it as a framework for understanding the period. In 1997, he published a paper entitled "The Cynical Reason of Late Socialism, Power, Pretense, and the Anecdote," in which he provides a novel interpretation of how state power and ideology functioned and how the late socialist subject experienced the official socialist representation of reality as largely false and at the same time immutable and omnipresent. Yurchak's model opened the door to more subtle investigations of inner workings of late Soviet society that had the potential to reveal the origins of the sudden changes that led to the collapse of the USSR. His theorization of late socialism through the themes of continuity and disruption culminated in his path-breaking work, "Everything Was Forever Until It Was No More." In a subsequent study of the period, German scholar-historian Juliane Fürst notes how it was only recently that scholars have tried to make sense of what happened in the later years of the Soviet Union. Actually, this is a very strong tendency of the Baltics as well. I would say for the first 20 years, scholars were trying to figure out, so what did actually happen? You know, like what happened? Like what caused this? Who is to give this credit? Which kind of, it was the main question, what happened? And it was mostly kind of focused on ourselves. But now coming back to Juliane Fürst, in her analysis, the dramatic political events of 1991 matter less than the slower moving social and cultural processes that originated in the years and decades preceding the revolutionary turning point. And I cite, "Much of the rot in Soviet society," she wrote in 2010, I continue citing, "took place much earlier, and many aspects survived much longer. Soviet decay cannot be traced to one single point in time, nor can it be considered complete," end quote. In this period of geopolitical detente, she continues, "the state's main concern was not so much the external enemy as its own subjects, whose participation and mobilization were supposed to form the backbone of the Soviet project." And so, quote unquote, the invention of late socialism by scholars in the West tracked closely with the evolution of scholarly approaches to the post-Stalin period in the Baltic states, using methodologies of oral history focused on discovering the nature of everyday life under Soviet rule. This is kind of a later development, this turn to the everyday life. Also, the turn towards testimonial sources to inform the narration of contemporary history was intimately related to the return of memory in the late 1980s that I talked about. And so the research kind of followed follow this pattern. There was, and I would say still is, the great interest not only in everyday lives under the Soviet period, testimony of lives with Viedas Kultans, Latvian professor here being very influential, and in general, scholars like not only Jurček, Fürst, but also Tina Kirs from the local area really focus on these testimony of lives, biographies, memorial moments. In Lithuania, Ainė Ramonaitė and other scholars from my Institute of International Relations and Political Science drew heavily on interviews to map the social networks of the late Soviet period, which she argues constituted parallel societies or dissent societies that catalyzed popular movements. So there is even center established on, at Vilnius University on a post-Soviet memory studies center. And I should disclose that I also kind of contribute to this effort. In January, we are starting the European Horizon Widening Project with Juliane Fürst, from Germany's ZF, Institute for Contemporary History, and Luxembourg University, as well as Lund University, to look also reflectively at the history of institutions, the continuities and discontinuities, the impact of the institutions, going back actually to the 60s, or perhaps even earlier. The point, the attempt is the kind of the self-reflective investigation of European institutions, also using the comparative perspective, and the way that these institutions form certain public memory, certain patterns of public memory. So we will see what our findings are going to be. And to close, the last very few remarks is, I will close by suggesting that the challenge of explaining the madness, quote unquote, of Russian aggression against Ukraine requires a more thorough study of the cultural, psychological processes that were launched in the 1970s. Once again, as Juliane Fürst said, Soviet decay cannot be traced to one single point in time, nor can it be considered complete. And so one should really unpack this discourse of anti-fascism used by the Russian regime today. And it really has its origins in the cult, obviously in the cult of Great Patriotic War, but also in the popular culture of the Soviet 70s. So that's something one should look into. So in the Baltics, we've focused studies of late socialism mainly on ourselves to understand the continuities and ruptures from the Soviet period to the present. And I think the time is ripe for more studies on how Russian culture has evolved during the same time. So,
thank you. Thank you very much for your short presentation. So now I will invite Dr. Witold Rodkiewicz, the researcher from Center for Eastern Studies and lecturer at Studium Europy Wschodniej, to give short comments about each presentation and maybe try to sum up what was said so far, and then we'll start to discuss. I don't know why yours is green, although ours is red.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. It's a great honor to be invited to comment on this opening roundtable of the conference. I will not comment on the individual papers. I'd rather try to formulate a couple of thoughts and insights that these excellent papers provoked. And I would try to concentrate my thoughts on the topic that's given at the as the title of the roundtable, namely the research on the Soviet phenomena. Because the first thing is that it's already 30 years. I mean, it's almost a full life, or a researcher's life that separates her from the death of our subject of study. And I'm approaching this as very much as a historian. I was trained as a historian of the Russian Empire and then of the Soviet Union. And the first thing that is striking is that after 30 years of research, and maybe I'm going to be a bit provocative, I don't know whether my colleagues would agree with me, but I think that what is striking is that we haven't tried to arrive at any new syntheses. I mean, if we think about writing now not a monograph on an individual topic, but a kind of history of the Soviet Union, a new history of the Soviet Union, I think in terms of major approaches, major concepts, conceptually, it wouldn't be that different from what we would have written in 1991. I appreciate, I mean, I know that there are new topics that have been followed. There is the new in-depth exploration of various subjects. And I myself can give several examples of how various in-depth monographs have changed somewhat our knowledge, our picture, our knowledge of events and somehow their interpretation. But if we try to think about the phenomena as a whole and try to write a synthesis, I think it wouldn't be that different. And and I think there's also, again, I mean, the field is so large that it's impossible to cover everything, and might not be aware of everything that's going on. But the last sort of fundamental debate about the nature of the Soviet history that I can remember is like 50 years old. I mean, it's half a century ago. The debate between the proponents of the totalitarian school and the revisionists, and then there was a big debate on the nature of the Russian Revolution, again in the, let's say, late 70s, early 80s, well, 70s and 80s. But then it seems like the death of the Soviet Union, the death of the subject, have produced a paradoxical situation that we somehow stopped thinking big about this. And this is it just struck me as a something that as a first thing that came to my mind when I was confronted with a topic. So this is I think the most interesting phenomena. The second thing is that I think and what we heard about the interest in the final phase of the socialist system. Paradoxically, to me, it sort of reflects. It kind of corresponds to the self-definition of the system, because it was the late socialism is what was called zrelý socjalizm, yeah, in Russian. It was dojrzały, rozwinięty socjalizm, which was supposed to be the last step before reaching the full communism, right? But in fact, it was just the opposite. Yeah. I think this is interesting because it still. I think this return to the study of late socialism, it really is a sign that we realize that our understanding of the collapse of the Soviet Union is not very complete. Our first, I mean, even such events like the Belavezha meeting have not really been, in spite of all the work from the recent one that I can remember of is by the Ukrainian historian, the former, the name, the director of the Harvard Ukrainian Research Institute. Yeah, Plochy, yeah. But still, it seems like this, and it still hasn't been fully explored, and even on the very basic level, like as we heard, the collection of the testimonies of the main participants and the documentary evidence has not been really collected. So I think this is one thing. This issue of the explanation of the collapse. But more important thing is that it also points to this interest in the dying stages of the system. Also points to another, I think, weakness or a problem that again, maybe I'm wrong about this, but it seems to me that with the passage of time, we are losing the consciousness or the awareness of how unique this entire experience was, and how really, especially the first, but all the way till 1956, this has really been an extremely kind of emergency, state of emergency, one might say. You know, it's a kind of a unique experience in human history. Something new and something really dramatic, tragic, and terrible, terrifying. And I think the insight that we had, the comment, the thought, the kind of, I would say, almost instinctive and natural reference to the war that Russia has launched against Ukraine. And with this, it shows us that there are still important elements of this heritage which seem to be, because again, going back to the collapse, the collapse was so, in a way, so painless, and so it seemed so complete that I think we underestimated again these elements of continuity, and now the lack of, and another element important in this, which I think was underestimated, is the extent to which the entire process had this important element of center and periphery. So it was always interaction between the impulses that were coming out from the imperial center towards the outskirts, yeah, towards the borderlands, the provinces, the peripheries. And this is, I think, another lesson that we should get from this, and not forget about these two points. Yeah? The very specific nature, the unusual nature of the Soviet experience, and the consequences that are with us still.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you very much. If I may comment on what you said lastly, I do not entirely agree that it was always impulses coming from the center to the peripheries, because I think the Soviet Union started to collapse when the direction was the opposite exactly. We had this, let's say, national revival in all the republics, and to Moscow's astonishment. We had huge demonstrations, first in Kazakhstan, in Baltic states, in the Caucasus. And this is the very moment when this dynamic, I guess, has changed, that Moscow somehow lost this leading role in dictating public issues. This is my understanding of the 1980s, what has happened. But taking into consideration your comments and the presentations, I think there are like two major questions, or maybe not even questions, but problems. And this is also very important, taking into consideration the ongoing war and this full-scale aggression of Russia, which started on the 24th of February. Just before the attack, we all remember this speech by Putin when he said that Ukraine is a product of Lenin policy. And actually, it is very much connected to what I want to ask you about. This very problem. Was the Soviet Union, I mean, what was the role in nation building? Was this a nation building? I mean, whether the Soviet Union created nations, or whether it imprisoned nations and curbed the nations to flourish and to exist. So maybe I just encourage you to comment on that. And I think this is particularly interesting in nowadays researches concerning Soviet era. Who wants first? It's just, you know. Alena, Natalia, do you have any? Yes, please.
So I just wanted to join to our moderator. So thank you very much for your remark. I do totally agree with your remark that this is not about like a center and remote areas. For example, in case of 19th, the very first sparkle of national emancipation, of national revival, we can use different terms. It came from Baltic countries and Ukraine. So, for example, and this is like a great inspiration for other countries. And of course, the authorities and the elites of Soviet Union, they had to listen to Baltic countries and Ukraine. So in case of languages, in case of national emancipation, and so on and so on. And thank you very much for your remark, actually. So I just wanted to join to your remark.
Thank you. And what about answering my main question? Witold, you want to start?
Okay. I think, again, I don't know enough about the area in which you specialize, the Central Asia, and but I think if I stick to the area that I know relatively well, that is the Western and southern part of the former Soviet Union, I think this is I don't believe in simple answers. To simple questions.
Like one simple answer.
Questions. I would use the term. This was a dialectical process, and I was very much persuaded by the interpretation and a kind of interpretative framework that was presented already 20 years ago, again in mid-90s by a Russian scholar Dmitry Furman, who observed that, first of all, the major point, I think, important point, and I don't think is that the Soviet policy of creating these Soviet nations was a reaction and a way to deal with the phenomenon of national movements that were already there. In other words...
But which epoch do you mean?
Sorry? Which?
When? I mean, what period of time are you talking about?
Let's say 1919 till 1921, 22. Mm-hmm. Yeah? Because when the Soviet leadership understood that you have to fight fire with fire, that nationalism, as Stalin would put it, is the most dangerous of all bourgeois ideologies, because it has the potential of creating, I'm simplifying now, that's not what but the sense was, it has the potential of consolidation between national bourgeoisie and national working class. So we have, in other words, we have to offer and satisfy some of the national aspirations, of course, minus the one of national self-determination. This is out. Self-determination is, of course, impossible, but language, possibilities for careers, please, yes, this is, and you have to find a way to reach out to nationally conscious progressive intelligentsia of these national movements to make common cause with us. So nationality policy was supposed to be this bridge through which progressive elements of individual nationalities would cross to the side of communism. Yeah? So that's why. So it was a complicated. So in other words, this was not something that the Soviet leadership adopted because it suited them, because it was within their ideological paradigm. No, it was a reaction. It was a pragmatic reaction to what they perceived as the strength of national movements. You had to take into account them somehow. And then you started this process that led to a peculiar consequence. As usual, the consequences unintended from the point of view of the Soviet leadership. There was this notorious Zatoinsky commission that was sent 28, I think, to Ukraine and to Belarus, exactly to find out what were the results of the policy. And their conclusion was, again simplifying, that the results were exactly the opposite from the intended. That is, instead of winning the progressive intelligentsia for communism, the progressive intelligentsia managed to infect the local communist parties with the virus of nationalism. Yeah. Hence the reaction that we know, and the radical change of the nationality policy again. But then we come to the very interesting moment in the 1970s. Again, we go back to this issue of late socialism, and because this is an interesting process. How the process that has been named and has been it has been identified, but it hasn't been really described. I haven't seen any description of it. It seems logical. The process that was called the nationalization of the nomenclatura, of Republican nomenclaturas, that allegedly was taking place exactly in this post-Stalinist. It seems like a absolutely necessary precondition for the revival, national revivals, and then the pressure on of the 1980s, late 80s, yeah, and but nobody, as far as I know, has described what it meant in practice, because we had this absolutely strange situation that I remember even quite well when, so I remember somebody was saying like when Kravchuk had his first meeting as the new secretary for the ideology of the Communist Party in Lviv, and he addressed the intelligentsia in Ukrainian, they were all surprised because in spite of knowing Kravchuk for a long time, because he was a public person, they've never realized that he could even speak Ukrainian. It was such level of suppression and lack of how to put it, lack of public acknowledgement of this national element in the public life. So I think complicated in some ways. The process was definitely the process of nation building, paradoxically, with all these negative aspects having to do with communist ideology and communism, was taking place, especially in this period 21, 28, 29, definitely, and you can show the by details, and that part has been actually described by national histories in all the not all the countries, but at least some of the countries quite well. We know how this process was taking place, what it meant. But then the Soviet Union tried to, took the measures that were supposed to liquidate those unintended consequences of the korenizacja, nationalizacja policy. But again, in spite of that, after a long period of promotion of the Soviet identity, of the building of the Soviet nation, and so on, we have this completely unintended and actually contrary to the intentions result of 1989-91. Just one polemical note on this issue of, I will stick to my guns here, but I will also try to be more precise. When I was saying, of course, there were processes that were taking place both ways. It's not all, but what I was saying, the initial impulse of the project came from the center. I mean, the Soviet power was imposed on other nationalities and republics, came from Moscow, even if the units that were sent to impose the new order were ethnically mixed very often, and they were, representative of the Ukrainian, Polish, Latvian intelligentsia who wanted to impose Soviet rule on and were rejecting the bourgeois nationalism and bourgeois statehood. So and going back to the 1990s, again, the original impulse, I mean, without the impulse from Moscow, decision to liberalize and allow people to raise their voices. I mean, this happened after the decision by Moscow.
Yes, but sometimes...
liberalize, right? Of course, we don't know what would have happened if Moscow hadn't made this decision. But in fact, it proceeded. We can argue about you can argue about a different logic in relation to post-Soviet to so-called socialist camp Central Europe, where there is no such, solidarity was not the result of some kind of a Muscovite decision to liberalize, right? But the spring of nations in the Soviet Union followed after the decision to liberalize. Of course, then it went exactly. I mean, the results were not the ones that the center expected. That's of course absolutely true. And the center was not then consistent and tried to stop the process. We know that as well, and was not able to. But the fact is, first liberalization, and only then the emancipatory movements.
Yeah, I just, of course, some decisions taken by Moscow and by Gorbachev himself were, of course, he decided to liberalize, but we have to remember that there was this terrible war going on in Afghanistan, that we had the rise of Islamic self-consciousness, that we had, for example, what has happened in Kazakhstan, December 1986 demonstrations. These were demonstrations against the decision of Moscow. According to Gorbachev, it was part of making the Soviet Union more modern, because he wanted to have an efficient ruler, and he imposed Kolbin. Although for Kazakhs, it was not the decision which can be called part of liberalizing the system. It was an offense to most of them, because suddenly they just realized that that they lost the right to have a national leader on the top of the republic. What I really find interesting in what you said is that the importance of the 1970s and all those national nomenclaturas which were created, and that this was particularly important to the national self-consciousness. Although, what is interesting, in the 1980s, during the demonstrations, people were mostly talking about Lenin's policy and this Korenizacja cadre. Although they were not mentioning all those Rashidovs and Kunayevs and all those, long-term national communist leaders. Although their role was probably even more important to this very process of nation building than what has happened in the 20s.
Well, it's a good question, but my question would be different, because I know that the processes were very different in Central Asia, for example, where, as I understand, there was no, like, you can talk about Ukrainian movement and Belarusian movement and Georgian, even Azeri national movement in 1917. But there was no Uzbek national movement in 1917, right? There was as I understand, there was still
yes, but there was this nationally,
yes,
let's say,
there was,
conscient intelligentsia, which was taken to cooperate in the lack of proletariat. They just took the most advanced and politically modern group of people to collaborate with, because they had to somehow rely on someone. So they've taken all those jihadists and all those, let's say,
but they still, apart from the Kazakhs who were nomads, but there was still, as I understand, when there was the sort of rebirth of or the activity of political activity in 1917 in Central Asia. The identity they were still using was very much Central Asian, and it was all thinking in terms of what was the name? The Turkestan. The Turkestani activity. Right. And the Soviet that was called the Shura in Tashkent was meant for the entire Turkestani Generalgubernatorstwo. Yeah? They saw themselves as representatives. So this division into ethnic groups, and I know that there's been a kind of debate about this. I don't know what the result of this debate is. There was a debate to what extent this was done according to some kind of, but it was definitely done by the Soviet state. The division of the
after
Central Asia into national sort of as once researcher would say, into national rooms, right? The Kommunalka.
Actually, it was done because they were afraid of this Turkic nationalism. Yeah, but exactly. I think we are getting much too detailed. Yes, we are getting. So I suggest we come back to the main question. And we have Professor Shlikhta who wants to comment, right?
If I may, just I really can't comment on this discussion about national policy because I'm not a specialist on this. But I would like to add to these major problems that were raised by Dr. Rodkiewicz in his remark. And if I'm allowed to do this, because I'm afraid that because of these interruptions, I won't stay here till the end of the session. So I will briefly just would like to comment on this and to agree almost completely with what Dr. Rodkiewicz said. And the first point on this absence of a new synthesis on the Soviet history 30 years after the collapse of the Soviet Union, I would agree with only one small correction. I think that we are not actually now where we've been in 1991 or where we've been during the discussion in Russian Review in 1986, 1987, because I think that there was a very important addition to this, and this was suggested by cultural historians at the beginning of the early 1990s, because what Stephen Kotkin wrote in his Magnetic Mountain still remains important reference in all the studies on the Soviet Union, with his Speak Bolshevik theme and this importance to the language, to the identity, to the rule of the games, etc., etc. So I think this, and his study was in the mid-1990s. And the same is with this current discussion on the nationality issue. I think that Yuri Sloskin with his Kommunalная kvartira remains the major reference when we are talking about these issues. So I think that we are now in this big sense, just somewhere after Sloskin and Kotkin published their studies, and I think that there might be, and actually I can say about Ukrainian historiography, we really went to details, to new sources, new small directions, and everything that you've remarked on. But I think that one of the reasons why there's no new synthesis on the Soviet history, because this period, and I'm talking mainly about Ukrainian historiography, because this period, this 30 years after the collapse of the Soviet Union, was used to produce a new synthesis on national history. So this was the major focus, which was not possible. So this was not possible during the Soviet period. And that's why the major focus of Ukrainian historians was on producing a new grand narrative of national history. And that's why when researching Soviet period, so we were using approaches, methods, etc., suggested by totalitarian school revisionists, cultural historians before. So this first point. The second very important point Professor Davoliūtė focused on, and you made, on this focus on the late Soviet period. And actually, I would, this new focus and this new research, and this was what I wanted to stress during my short remark, but couldn't do this because of these internet interruptions. In Ukrainian historiography, I observe now two major chronological interests of the scholars dealing with the Soviet period. And one of them is the period of post-revolution and 1920s. I mean, this period before the classical Stalin's totalitarianism, and this interest to this period, it's started back in the mid-1990s, while the most recent development is just the same as you've mentioned in the Baltic state, this interest on the late Soviet period. And it's very interesting for me to reflect on the topics chosen by my students and my PhD students for the research, because recently the majority of them, they take perestroika, they take late Soviet period, and actually all those aspects that they remain under research now, so they start the research on this. And my very last point, it's this issue that you've raised about the collapse of the Soviet Union and how it seemed it was painless. Actually, Sergei Plokhy, he stresses in his attempts to review this break of the last empire. So he stresses this, that actually the collapse was painless, actually, yeah, more or less. And because of this, and it seemed complete, but but it wasn't complete actually. And the Soviet past, it's not the Soviet, I'm sorry, it's not the Soviet past for this, for Ukraine. For Ukraine, and I think that this war that we have now, it's in a very large sense, it's the war to break with the Soviet past. It's the war to stop being post-Soviet state, because I've just recently participated in the project which was focused on the on school children who never lived in the Soviet Union. So they were born in the 2000s, 10, etc. And these school children, they have, because of their family histories, because of the impact of their families, of mass media, of Soviet, of Russian cultural product, they have certain Sovietness in them, which sounds unimaginable, but it still is. So, and this war, in this Russian-Soviet war, in some sense, it's this war that didn't happen in 1990s, and it happens now, and this will be the end of the Soviet Empire. So these were my very short remarks concerning this. Thank you so much for raising this very important issue. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your remarks. So my suggestion is that we maybe let the audience to ask the questions.
Thank you very much. My name is Galina Zelenko. I'm a professor from Ukraine, from National Academy of Science. And I am a head of Department of Political Institutions and Processes of the Institute of Political and Ethnic Studies. Many years I have been studying, researching the post-communist country, and now, as you know, I would like to ask the questions to our former representative from Kyiv-Mohyla school, Kyiv-Mohyla Academy. How do you think many people from former Soviet Union says that this present Russian invasion against Ukraine is the civil war in the former Soviet Union. I would like to hear your comments. How do you think about that? Thank you.
My answer about Ukrainian-Russian war as a civil war. You know, I'm just my primary research topic is the history of is ecclesiastical history of churches in the 20th century, in the 21st century, and actually this idea of the idea of the Russian-Ukrainian war as a civil war, it didn't appear now after February 24th. It appeared earlier when Russian aggression started in 2014, and there were different channels of promoting this idea, and there was Putin with his idea of that Ukrainians and Russians are the same people, and this war between between bratya, yes. So this just as a civil war in the after 1970s, 1917, after the 1917 revolution. And one of the instruments of promoting this idea was the Ukrainian Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarchate used to promote this idea. So we have this fratricidal war, we have this civil war, and we have to stop it because it's one people. So I'm sorry, I can't comment on this. I can't comment on this Putin's ideas, and what as concerns the Ukrainian Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarchate, you might know the most recent developments when this institution was charged in that it is used by the Russian propaganda and it promotes Russian narratives through its channels. So that's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So what's the next question or a comment? Okay, so maybe I'll ask one more question and maybe you just think about yours in the meantime. So another problem I think is also very important in the context of the ongoing war is whether the Soviet Union was a colonial power, as Russia as metropole and the other republics as colonial subjects, or not. And this is actually even among, of course I specialize in Central Asia, so I'm sorry to bring in all the time the examples from Central Asia. But even among scholars from this country, there are different approaches. For example, in Kyrgyzstan, some scholars, like for example, Eleri Bitikci, say that, that of course it was a colonial state, and Russia was like France or England towards Algeria or India. But there are others who say that not at all, that actually Soviet Union was something totally different from what we had before with the Tsarist empire. So my question is, how important is this question to the nowadays researchers, and of course what is their answer? How do you see it, for example, in Lithuania? Are there any debates, or is this problem kind of obvious one?
Yeah, well, this this debate precisely in the way you defined it. I mean, it's on the table for a long time, actually, and as you pointed out, it's a complex question, and people are kind of fighting away it and not reaching any kind of flat out answer, right? Actually, this was, I'm sure you know, Kobe Stiftung, they organized these debates, and I think it was in May. A lot of attention was given to that, what's the colonial dimension, and in the context of Ukraine, right? I would say that at least in Lithuania, this is not a topic that would be very hotly discussed. Getting tired. Hotly discussed. Therefore, I also would not like to delve into that because this is just it's a complicated issue, and I don't think it has any closure at this point. What do you think?
Well, I'll be boring, but I think we have to would have to first agree about the terms, about the definition of the term. What does it mean to be colonial? What kind of relationship? Because there is a tendency, I don't know whether it's in scholarship, but generally in public debates during the last years, that it's obvious to me that the term colonial is used simply as a kind of a label. Any type of unequal hierarchical relationship is described as being colonial. But I think we lose a tool of analysis if we just make this term so broad. And I think it's, of course, there are interesting cases. Again, as a historian of the Russian Empire, I can give you, for example, an interesting criteria or an interesting distinction or difference. For example, the way that the Russian state treated and thought about different areas. So, for example, when they discussed their policy towards Ukraine or Belarus or Lithuania or Poland, they would use the examples of European countries' policies in their own national territories. So they would talk about how Prussia, how Germany, what kind of school policy they are following in Germany or in France. But when we were talking about Caucasus, for example, discussing what policy Russia should pursue in Caucasus, they were comparing it with English rule in India. They would never use and think about their rule in Poland or in Lithuania in terms of English rule in India, right? So that's a big one. They knew the distinction. For them, it was a distinction. It was a different experience. It was a different type of relationship. And I think, again, this is of course debatable. We can discuss this. To me, the crucial issue is to what extent you are willing and you want to make the population of the area part of your body politic. Because this is a key difference. Do you think about the population as, in other words, do you, a kind of racial is not a good, but actually 19th century race was used all the time.
But there is something to
but
it.
Because can you make Russians out of Lithuanians? Yes. That was definitely the answer of Russian bureaucrats. You can make, in the long run, if you can save them from Polonization, you can make them, there is no, the experience was, in the long run, they have no choice but to dissolve in a Russian sea. That is the type of romantic language they used. And the same was applied to, but this was not applicable to the Muslim people. They could not imagine the Azeris, for example, to be part of the Russian nation, and even more so people from like Kazakhs or Uzbeks.
And what about Yakuts and
Yakuts are, that was, Chuvash, yes, definitely yes. That was actually, yes, they could be. So in that sense, yes, Yakuts, because this was actually discussed. Why would they allow and actually promote and actually invent languages? Because they invented written languages for Chuvash, Mari people. Why? Because you have to save them from Tatarization. Because if they became Tatar, they would be unassimilable. When they are Chermis, I don't know about Yakuts. I haven't seen it because it might be a different case. But Mari, all these ethnic groups living in central Russia on the Volga, they were seen as an object of assimilation. No question about that. In the long run. So this is so this is not a colonial relationship, because you want to create a barrier between you and colonized people. They are inferior. They cannot become part of your, you cannot have I don't know, and there are these cases borderline like Georgians. You can have a Georgian commander-in-chief of the Russian army. That's not a problem. Bagration was a Georgian, but you cannot have the Bukharan ruler, the commander of the Russian army. So that's a colonial. So there are, I would say, Central Asia colonial relationship, more like colonial relationship, and Western provinces are not. This is not a colonial relationship at all. Yeah, the Caucasus somewhere in between, with the Muslims being seen as sort of colonial, and the Georgians and Armenians not necessarily. So it's more, and some cases clearly don't. I mean, they escape. I mean, the life is too rich. Again, you cannot really. They would see them as being peculiar, and not really falling into. So it's because even in this German case, which is comparable, you have people who are ethnically different, but they are perfectly happy to have them as part of the German nation. I'm talking Masurians or Zorbs. There's no problem. They can speak. They have their books and so on, but there's no problem with loyalty. Nothing. They are part of the body politic. No problem at all.
What's the best research we have on this? Actually, I will let me throw you back the question. What's maybe in the context of Central Asia? What is actually the best?
Well, actually, there are different approaches and different researches, and really lots of. I think this post-colonial perspective is very.
Powerful.
First of all, it differs because there are different periods of Soviet history, and you cannot compare the 20s to the 80s, I guess. But for example, even if we just limit ourselves to this western part of the Soviet Empire. I mean, those post-colonial, let's say, patterns are very different, even in case of Western Europe and colonizing policies of France. Mm-hmm. I do not entirely agree that they did not want those colonized nations to become part of the nation. Otherwise, what for they would, teach little Algerians that our king was Charlemagne, and this entire history of France.
what about our online participants? Dr. Markova, maybe you've been silent for a while. Do you have any comments?
So actually, I just want to join to our participant and to Dr. Rodkiewicz, because actually, you said you are boring, but this is not true, because in case of methodology and definition, this is very important, actually. What are we talking about? Decolonization, what does it mean, actually? And you had like a very sharp comment, so probably inconvenient, but very sharp. And actually, yeah, so this is very like a cute question. And last week I was invited to the 8th annual conference of the Centrum for Baltic and Eastern European Studies in Surbiton University, and post-colonialism and Ukrainian issue were two main issues of the conference. And so, in this case, probably I must say that decolonization, this is very acute issue, and colonization. But in case of, let's say, Czech Republic, this is not like a very hot issue. So, well, this is my comment, probably very shortly, and I just wanted to say thank you to Dr. Rodkiewicz to question about definitions. So.
Sorry. Thank you very much. So maybe we have some questions from the audience. Yes, please.
Thank you. Anton Seplev, Center for East European Studies. Actually, I was on this conference with Alena, and we had a bit of debate on our panel about new approaches, new methodology of studying East European region and post-Soviet space. But
as usual, yeah. Anton, as usual.
yeah.
Sorry for interrupting.
And I want to add something, but very common remark to Witold's words that, yeah, I mean that colonial dimension, especially right now, is very obvious. I mean, it's so obvious that we can resign from this part of methodology and understanding of relationships in a relationship in region, in post-Soviet space. But my question is very connected with your words, previous, and what Ludwika said. What we have to do with the lack of knowledge about post-Soviet space, about Central and Eastern Europe within Western Academy, because Western Academy have a very structured knowledge and very, I mean, it's based on old-fashioned concepts like area studies or something like that. It's based on Slavic studies, which was established by Russian immigration after Second World War, for example. And what we have to do in these relations, central periphery, central semi-periphery relation, with this lack of knowledge and with this probably, orientalizing or very structured knowledge about us. Thanks.
Who wants to start, Witold?
I really don't have I don't have a good answer. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't. It's because on the one hand, one can say it's a difficult game, because the problem is to be accepted, to be heard. You have to function within a certain, using certain language and certain conceptual framework, right? But that defeats the purpose. How do you work how do you make other people change their paradigm, which is deeply, I mean, do you better do it from outside or from inside? I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's, I mean, the simple, down-to-earth answer is you have to do what you have to write and try to publish what you think is right, and that's it. And if it's not heard, you know, you can't. We are not gods. I mean, it's their problem. I mean, in a way. But of course, no. Well, because we are because of the consequences of that are. I mean, if you look at the debates in Germany, for example, which was important. I mean, the important country, important political decisions, and if you look at the debates, you can see how what you are just mentioned. How the debate about political, practical issues having to do with the reaction to the war is predetermined in a way by these paradigms of thinking. And how do you change? I mean, people are trying. I mean, both in inside and it's. I don't know. I mean, just there's no magic solution.
May I?
Yeah.
I don't know. I wouldn't be so pessimistic. Maybe I misunderstand the question. Yes, there is a huge lack of knowledge for sure, but I think it's actually, you know, shocking as it is, now is the time for this, you know, Zeitenwende. Really, I mean, it's also, what is the other way? Is to you know, have networks, to you know, to have projects together, to create platforms for exchange of knowledge. There are huge knowledge gaps, not only with what we said, us and them. I mean, you know, there are huge, I think about like my own context, academic context. I mean, there is an enormous lack of knowledge on countries, I don't know, like Spain, you know, and so how do you battle with a lack of knowledge, you know, and with a certain paradigms, I guess? Well, no magic, as you said, you know, publishing, using the opportunities to establish alternative new platforms. And I think now is the time when, even in Germany, I do think there is much more openness. I mean, there is much more openness. I'm not talking about politically, you know, I'm talking purely about, you know, academic institutions. Well, what academics can do then in the end to society, it's a different question, right? This is an ivory tower. But I noticed quite a bit of change this year, especially in German context, you know, there is more plain curiosity and an attempt to kind of cooperate and to reflect. I don't know. I wouldn't be so pessimistic.
War has changed a lot.
Yes, that's
definitely.
it. Absolutely. So if we are like, we have to also seize this opportunity, right? Mm-hmm. Like it's, well, it sounds horrible to say opportunity, but an opportunity to, you know, students are becoming more curious. They are discussing areas like, I don't know, Donetsk, Transnistria. Like before that, I never encountered anything like this. It's just this year, I would say. Well, let's try to, you know, to contribute to this.
Yes, what about our online participants? Do you want to answer the question? Yes?
So actually, thank you very much for your question. It is really like a very good question. Firstly, I must say that I wanted to say about collaboration, and I wanted to use example of Professor Davoliūtė. I'm sorry for my pronunciation, our keynote speaker, before she answered by herself for these questions. And that is why collaboration and cooperation for making a platform for shared knowledge. For example, what could we do? We can share our activities. We can join and make, for example, a platform for better knowledge. I'm talking about, for example, European grants and with many partners and so on and so on and so on. And even if we are not lucky enough to get funding, for example, from European Union and so on and so on, this is the very same workflow. So actually, just to put together to produce knowledge and to, because actually, you know, I think that nobody waits because nobody asks. Actually, we as Eastern European, Baltic scholars, Central European scholars, we just have to raise our voice without waiting or offering, and just to take the floor. And it's better to make it together, actually, as far as I know. So thank you very much. So this is.
Just very briefly, what I think we should be also discussing, what are really the effective platforms of impact? You know, even with these EU grants, like what is actually the impact? I think this impact assessment for me is kind of a mysterious question. So I think, yeah, discussing what platforms should those be, especially after COVID and this current situation, you know, some sort of innovative thinking has to be there. I can't propose anything, but it's, we are talking with colleagues that, for example, conventional conferences, they don't have so much impact anymore. They don't draw attention, they don't involve people and so forth. What are the platforms? So I would say this is the question number one in this, you know, also post-COVID stage, you know,
TikTok presentations.
TikTok presentations.
Yes. So can I also, because actually, let me say, I have a kind of two personalities. The first personality is a historian, my usual personality, and there's a kind of dark side of my personality. I'm an expert of European Commission for Innovation and Research for the Czech Republic, and I collaborate with many funds and fund to comment, to evaluate, to advise, for example, in case of European Fund in Horizon. So I represent Czech Republic here. And I do know this agenda very well, actually. Yeah, and according to the European authorities, for example, as a scholars, we have to collaborate with politicians and civic society. And that is why actually our platform to give knowledge to them, to give knowledge to target audiences. And that is why, yeah, so I do agree that conferences, this is not very good kind of impact, but so the way is at least according to European EU funds and Horizon, for example, is direct collaboration with civic society politicians to make more visible knowledge, so to make a greater impact. So so how can we do it? So I don't know, probably we have to try to do it. So, and yeah, so this is the way. So
yes, I have only one comment, because you said it also in your presentation about this, providing the politicians with knowledge. I think politicians, they just, sorry, give a shit about our knowledge. Definitely. They just, how they act, this is not because they do not have the necessary knowledge. They act because they just want to stay in power. And this is the problem of nowadays politics, that I think maybe, because there is something beautiful in this belief that if they knew best, they would act better, but it never happens like that. So I think this is probably much more the people, the societies, which should be educated, not the politicians.
I think this is a little more complicated. I mean, if you think just to reverse the whole situation, and you think about about the politicians you wouldn't want to give advice to. Putin was mentioned here, and his use of he's using various ideas and concepts and because they are going, he thinks they are going to find a response, to evoke response among the target audience. So as you said, I mean, you have to work on the target audience. Yeah. So if the idea of Ukrainians and Russians being one nation did not function within the Russian society, Putin wouldn't have used it, right? And that idea came from somewhere, and you know, it just didn't appear out of nowhere. It was not. It was created by, you know, specific people and promoted by. So it's a kind of yeah. It's not. It is a kind of. It's not. I mean, no longer in terms of ideology. The problem is not with ideologies that they had been during the Cold War, communism, socialism, but it's still, there is still an element of intellectual conflict or intellectual, yeah, competition.
Between who and who?
I don't know. There's lots of various they're not. I mean. There aren't two sides to it that are, but it's a competitive area. I mean, it's a competitive phenomenon. Yeah, there are various ideas and concepts, and the politicians use what's available. They don't invent those concepts. Yeah, they just take what's there, what's out there. Sometimes it's very often it's not. These are not the products of science or scholarship, strictly speaking, but some kind of watered down versions of it.
Yeah.
Popularized, bowdlerized versions of, and this is where, yeah. So perhaps this is also the area which requires some attention. But it goes back to what you said quite rightly. I mean, the publics, yeah. So try to educate and try to engage the public so that certain harmful or certain
gain people's interest
would be dismissed or wouldn't be seen as attractive, you know. So that's, I mean, again, no golden wand.
Mm-hmm. Yes, definitely. Thank you very much. I think if we don't have any further questions or comments or remarks, I suggest we, yes. So it's going to be the very last question.
Hello, I'm Kirkland scholar from Uzbekistan. My name is Azizbek, and I have two simple questions. First, more than 30 years ago, all modern post-Soviet countries went from Soviet system. But why Soviet system doesn't want to leave these countries? I mean, multiple post-Soviet countries. So what do you think, what to do to get rid of the Soviet system? Second question. Once historian Vasily Khrushchevsky said that policy of Russia is policy of colonization. I think between Russian Empire, USSR, and the modern Russia, nothing different. They have only one sense, but different forms, different shapes. So in 2009, Patriarch Kirill did speech in Moscow State University in Moscow, And it was one of the signs that Russia will start new invasion. Question, why was it impossible to stop Russia before war in Ukraine? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. As we are running out of time, so I suggest very brief answers from all the panelists and our discussant. Who wants to start? Maybe, do we have Natalia Shlikhta still with us, or she disconnected? I can't hear. So what about Dr. Markova? Do you want to answer the question? The questions, actually.
Well, thank you very much for the question, but I guess they are, what does it mean? Oh my God.
It's over, you can continue.
So actually I was afraid it's oh, sorry. I don't understand what is going on, because actually this is like a kind of, yeah, so actually, well, to be serious, so, so sorry again. So unfortunately, I don't know answer. I guess if I know answer, I would get a Nobel Prize award. How to stop, how to prevent, how to get rid of. So that is why actually probably it is more about like our inner decision to step on and to continue and to actually to step on this path and try to do it. Just actually this is like a kind of open-ended story. This is like a kind of open question, because again this is complicated, and but it does not mean we should not try to do it. So it's my answer. So thank you very much.
Thank you. What you? Yeah.
Well, these are huge questions. We were just saying this is, as it was, these are not simple questions. These are extremely complicated questions.
For next conference.
For like 5 conferences, and if they are successful, maybe we could find an answer to one of them. But I will just talk from kind of my perspective. You evoked this concept of Soviet. We would also need to kind of sit down and understand, like, what is Soviet at this point, right? Come up with some sort of definition. Is this really still somehow pertinent? Is how much Soviet is left, you know, you know, like we have to really crystallize what we are talking about. Now, I read somewhere, as I said, it has to do with my research, so I will answer very narrowly. For me, it was very interesting. I see someone like Putin, for example, or even like President Lukashenko. For me, they are the real kind of Soviet generation. They were, by the way, born in the same year. You know, there was this huge debate, what is the last Soviet generation? What is really the generation that is Soviet, and what is the generation that not Soviet anymore? You know, who is the real homo-postsovieticus and so forth? These are, you know, big debates, and there is a lot of speculation. But coming back to, let's say, to this generation, when are they born? 1949, 1950, something like that. That generation, five years after World War II, with the attempt, you know, of strengthening of this myth or narrative of World War II with a strong deprivation, with a certain, at the same attitudes towards the historical events, and strong some sort of horizontal ties among themselves. For me, this is something that I definitely want to study. Like, what is in this identity, or kind of in this generation and this collective identity that that sees the world, through this expansion, through this necessity or assertion, these are very complicated questions. And for me, I find this precisely in the study of these collective identities, also even the specific generation, because behind a lot of these decisions and impulses are people, and that's why this generational approach, that's my kind of new thing. For me, it's very intriguing. So sorry, I did not have an answer to your big questions, but bit by bit, step by step, I think a lot of answers could be found.
Thank you. Witold?
Maybe I'll try to address the second question because it seems easier. Why Russia was not stopped even though all the signs were on the wall, retrospectively speaking. And it goes again back to the discussion we had before about what can be done and what's the role of intellectuals and so on and so on. There is something like intellectual fashion which influences also politics. I mean, it was impossible. There are people who try to argue along the lines with which you mentioned and with which I very much agree, namely the line that sees the interpretation that sees some significant and important continuities between the Soviet system and present-day Russia, and in terms of its imperial, again simplifying things, imperial political culture, imperial mentality, and so on and so on. But it was people who tried to argue this at the time, because there were people who tried to argue this, were dismissed as freaks, as some kind of again. Sometimes there was a kind of regional slant to this. There were these Eastern Europeans who have this backward ideas about how the world works, and they think that this is and then their views was dismissed without any discussion even, because it seemed that the views that were in line with intellectual fashion at the time were simply so obvious that nobody would. It's crazy that it's a crazy idea that the Russian state and its president might be motivated by imperial designs. So the question on that level is very simple, but of course then we can try to figure out why this was the case, that such intellectual current was taking, was dominant. It leads us further away from Central Europe, but goes back to the sort of history of the West, really. So again, this is what I think can be said at this moment. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Interesting question.
Thank you very much for all the questions, and thank you to our panelists and and everybody who took part in this very interesting debate, I guess. And now it's time for lunch break. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your patience.
Dzień dobry, szanowni państwo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Max Rost. I'm an employee of the Studium of Eastern European Studies and also the head of the group of the Belarus, Ukraine, and the short presentation which we're going to have today. Thank you very much for the organizers to invite our group, even though the subject matter is very relevant on the 30 years after the collapse of the USSR. During this short panel presentation, there are two outstanding experts, and we'll try to keep to this format. Some will be joining us. Justyna Olędzka from the university in Białystok is going to join us online. And next to me, Alexander Shevchenko, also from our Studium of Eastern European Studies at the University of Warsaw. Since we didn't want to just do a traditional presentation of our activity, the subject matter is very pertinent and developmental. Just over 5 years ago, in several international publications, I published my political essay, which was called Homo-postsovieticus in the 21st Century. It appeared in Polish, English, and German, and I referred to certain basic negative traits of post-Soviet homo-postsovieticus. It's this kind of collectivism, it's subordinates, opportunism, sometimes social apathy, instrumental use of religion, and so on and so forth. It was 2017, after 2014, Belarus was conducting different policy. It looked differently than I think that those who are following Belarus and who are from Belarus, I think that you could confirm the hopes that existed within 2014 up to 2019. And in this text, I try to forecast in a kind of intellectual and analytical way whether the traits perceived by us as negative of the post-Soviet homo-postsovieticus on the digitization of society and different format of conducting policy. We were not talking about 2020 of the Belarus and the southeastern states. There were various mechanisms that were being established at that time, and I had a thesis at that time raised that the homo-postsovieticus, certain traits could be managed appropriately in the development of a nation through ruling elites and political elites to forge into something political and society, to try to intellectually build a modern European society with more of a civil national identity. We know what happened in 2020 for many of us, and I will admit to it also, before we came to the conclusion that those elections are not going to differ much greatly from the previous ones, but I'm not going to repeat. History unfolded the way it did, and within the Studium of Eastern European Studies, analytical group was established, which initially was called Belarus in the region, and the assumption of that group was to gather experts from various domains which called the region. So we're talking about Ukraine, Lithuania, Poland, and Belarus. That group was established and is in place for 2 years now, and our main task is to prepare and publish analytical reports. Some of them here we have in hard copy version, but as you can see, especially those who are with us online, you can see the QR code where you can scan it, and all of our reports in Polish and English versions are, of course, on a basis of a free license you can download. I'm not going to speak a lot about these reports because there have been 6 so far. They're quite extensive and they cover various subject matters, global matters in the context of Belarus in the region, but also one of our reports on the border crisis. Another was a response to the Ukrainian situation, where in various dimensions we tried to see at which levels and which directions everything is going. This year, also because of February, the 24th of February, and later events, our group didn't change its character, its nature. But we also don't want to be very narrow in our activities or stringent, because anything that is very stiff ends up being very uninteresting. So our group changed its name, and it's called Belarus, Ukraine, the region. If we were to bypass the Ukrainian, it wouldn't be fulfilled. So Belarus and Ukraine can be considered in 2 separate categories and levels. But also considering this separately would be, or independently, would be a measure, an action, which in our opinion and our group would not be justified. And that's why this is the name of our group currently. Currently, we are concluding our activities and work on the 7th report, which will appear soon. I encourage you to become acquainted with the version, which we will also include under this QR code online. And the title of the report will be similar to today's panel. That is that we are considering the situation of Belarus in the context of what we call a civil society and the IT sector, which was, let's say, a springboard in 2020. So we have a digital Belarus, and from the prospect and perspective between a digital society and a conventional war in the neighboring areas. Our experts are involved in an entire variation. We all specialize in our specific areas, and we try to respond to the analytical needs which we see in our region. And my objective was to present our group, to speak about how we came about, and we are of course limited by time, but in any case I would like to, where I'm more involved in political systems, my colleagues, outstanding colleagues from the group, I would also like to give them the floor, and Mr. Dr. Justyna Olędzka from the University in Białystok. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the invitation. With pleasure, I will say a few words about what is my role in the project. I am involved in an analysis of propaganda and disinformation, which is being disseminated and broadcasted by the Lukashenko ruling party and also the government. And I tried to adapt and also narrow my analysis in the first report, where we discussed 2021 as a point zero, a starting point. I wanted to, first and foremost, to show how by 2021 the propaganda in Belarus functioned, and also to take into consideration what the structure of propaganda dissemination looked like. I also concentrated on some major narrative axes how propaganda shapes the world, how the regime shows Belarusians the external outside world. The next report was dedicated to relations between Belarus and Russia after 2021, and there I concentrated on a more in-depth analysis of the system, disinformation and propaganda system, which is being used by the Lukashenko regime. We also became involved in that part and in the analysis of the process of unification of Belarusian Russian propaganda apparatus and how the events from 2022 impacted the construction, the development, and also the contents that are being disseminated by that propaganda apparatus. Then we spoke about the propaganda of success. The propaganda success with a letter of credit, where in Belarus is being shown by propaganda of a vision of an effective and completely successful economic Belarusian economic system, among other things, steering these events which took place on the Polish-Belarusian borders and the dictator. I analyzed how the issue of the border crisis is shown in the Alexander Lukashenko regime and in legitimizing his leadership. In response to summarizing, in another report, I spoke about what is Lukashenko, according to me, and his approach. And in the sixth report, also because of the events in Ukraine, I spoke about how the refugees from Ukraine fell to the propaganda. And it shows up twice, but in different aspects. And concluding, because I know we have very little time, I would like to encourage you to reading of another report which Dr. Rus spoke about. It's report 7, which will mainly try to answer what's in the future for Belarus. Where's Belarus at after 9 months of war, and how does it impact us? Once again, I'm analyzing the propaganda of Alexander Lukashenko, and in my part of the report, I'm raising a thesis or posing a thesis that the propaganda is very handily adapting to the political and economic scenario. So I found 3 main axes which construe the propaganda in Belarus. The first assumes that the strategy, the undecisive strategy of the Alexander Lukashenko regime, in light of the conflict in Ukraine, in reality, in the propaganda, will be presented as a huge positive, a huge advantage that in the future the regime wasn't involved entirely in the conflict, and the second axis pertaining to a turn towards Asia, because we can clearly see that there is a very clear message of Belarus with mainly countries of Asia, mainly with China. And third, very fascinating part, which speaks about the fact that most probably there will be a new national concept being shaped. And currently there are already premises showing that the new constitution will bring greater democracy, that the next election should be conducted according to new principles. And I think that Belarus will try to construe something in this sort of the new Soviet human. That this will be a completely new form of promoting a kind of ideal member of the regime of Alexander Lukashenko. I think that it's very worthwhile to take a look at our new report, and I encourage you very sincerely. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Justyna Olędzka, and a member of our analytical group, Belarus-Ukraine region. And now to the floor to Alexander Shevchenko and the subject matter, which we can't bypass, and why this name was changed, mainly Ukraine. Alexander, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The group was established 2 years ago. In January, we'll have 2 years behind us, first Belarus and the region, and then the main subject of our analysis and our research was to be the situation in Belarus and surrounding around Belarus from different perspectives. So it was very interesting to be part of this team from the very beginning. It was created in by researchers from Lithuania, Latvia, and Belarus and Ukraine. So this will continue to be so. We will analyze the situation from various perspectives and points of view. So Dr. Andrzej Kunc, for example, from the perspective of Lithuania, and he also spoke about the Belarus-Lithuanian context. They're also from the perspective of Poland, inside Belarus, mainly Paweł Łusow, and as we can imagine from the very beginning, I was responsible for the Ukrainian direction and the relations Belarus-Ukrainian, and addressing that subject matter. If by the 24th of February it was clear how to do it, it was an analysis of common events. I think in the second, economic was about an analysis of economic aspects, trade, also the political crisis, which is what is it called in the Ukraine, and also after the revolution of 2020. But the 24th of February, of course, completely changed the scenario because the relations, Belarus-Ukrainian relations, don't cease to exist, and any kind of analysis of common events would pertain to armament and armed forces. So military analysis is something slightly different. It's slightly a different area, but we are a group of handling and researching political aspects. So we found an exit where our area of addressing is a dialogue that is addressed to the prospects, strategic prospects of tomorrow. That's why in the recent reports, which appeared in the sixth report, which appeared after the 24th of February, that area which I'm responsible for, and from the context of strategic and in the context of how we can find the foundations which could be the basis of Belarusian and after the war was initiated and Ukraine's participation in the war, because Belarus will remain, and despite an understandable emotional approach to a great part of the Ukrainian nation, the independent Belarus will be a point of interest, and we need to found the foundations and the basis of the Belarusian-Ukrainian relations, which in the future will be a foundation for those relations. That's why there was a text from the last report, so coming from point zero, and that was also mentioned in the Ukrainian public spheres. It was published in one of the most interesting portals about foreign policy of Ukraine, which is called Europejska Prawda. It caused considerable discussions in the Ukrainian society, and that was actually objective, so that we will still go in the directions of Belarus-Ukrainian relations, in the direction to look for new bilateral relations. So the report is, we hope, the next report, which we hope will, I think, show up in January, there will be a text called whether the dialogue between Ukraine and Belarus, 3 directions will be pointed to where the dialogue has remained. And each of these dialogues has its own prospects, but also its own opportunities, but also its own threats. The dialogue with the Lukashenko regime at the special services level and trade in critical areas, minimally, at least about a second, is the dialogue which the unified transitory cabinet. So, and the third section, which was initiated by the Ukraine, is the Kalinowski political dialogue, and this is a completely new area. And the prospects as well as certain threats, which will be in this future report. So I encourage you to download it and read it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know that our time is limited. I just wanted just to say that the 7th report will be issued this year, published this year in December. Well, I don't know. We know that this topic is very important. If organizers allow us to give some space for the questions from the floor. Obviously, once you scan the code, you can get online access. If you have any questions at the moment, please, in the comments. Please use the microphone because interpreters cannot hear. You both mentioned, especially the lady emphasized that there will be plans to create a new citizen in Belarus. I'm interested because this post-Sovieticus, generally speaking, I think that it is a little bit different depending on the region, because the PhD mentioned it in a very shortcut, but there was some central model prepared, and this is what was created by the revolutionary literature, films, and so on and so forth, and there was the whole machine. So where will Belarus take this model from? Will it not be just reference? Well, I'm just interested how you analyze where this new model will come from in the era of digitalization, which is also very important. When we are in the USSR, our grandfathers were closed in some kind of civilization bubble. So if you could just answer this question, because it's quite interesting to me. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Maybe we'll take all the questions. Just briefly, Michał Orzechowski, I'm independent journalist. I made a film about the war in Georgia. 50,000 cards are printed in Ukraine to get people to the army. So means Shogu got killed. So do you think that there might be some kind of interesting things between Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine? I think this will be the next question because we have some limitations as well here. Thank you very much, Antos Pashem. A question as a group to the group of distinguished experts about the question of Poland. You, Alexander, mentioned three directions, three scenarios of developing Belarus and Ukrainian relationship. And I would like to ask you whether you take into account geopolitical position of Poland in the context of the so-called intermarium concept, which has been developed for some time and imposed in the Polish and international context, and whether within this intermarium concept, which is very Polish, is there a place for Belarus, or the interest of the Ukrainians towards Belarus? How do you evaluate it? How does it look like? So there are two questions. So starting from the attack from Belarus, the attack after the 24th of February, it's difficult to set. So we can see that this is the Russian that marches straight forward, and decision is made not in Minsk but in Moscow, because the independence of Alexander Lukashenko is not existent. So I doubt it's his independence. What can you count on? You can count on the fact that you will close the road of giving the so for instance, this attacking Ukraine from Volyn. So the only thing that they can count on from the military point of view. Will it be realistic? I doubt it, because I don't think that there are some secrets for Ukraine. So I think that the Ukrainian forces can attack Ukrainian infrastructure and Ukrainian society is prepared for such an attack. But unfortunately, then Belarus society will understand, will experience what war is. I hope that it will not happen, and I don't wish it to the Belarus, but the Ukrainian army sources were open about it, so there is no secret about it that Ukraine is ready for such a scenario. And will they go or not? So from the rational point of view, they shouldn't do that. So it's difficult to diagnose this. So when we talk about the intermarium, obviously this is a very interesting idea and historical experience when we talk about the political thoughts of our region. But we are in the 21st century, so this area definitely can happen. But referring directly to Intermario, I think when we talk about Intermario, we have to refer as a history, as something that is gone. So if now we have to integrate in this area, we have to look for new models that we have to take into account new geopolitical reality. Obviously, aiming at regional scenario is important. There is a place for Belarus for this in such a projects, because I would like to remind to you that when we had this Lublin triangle create, the Makia, which died for the first Kuleba, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, talked that it would be the four-party agreement, Lublin agreement, not three-party Lublin agreement. So I think that we have some possibilities, but the Belarus on the social level is very much destroyed, and we have to find some foundations of how we can start in a dialogue, because at the moment now we have war, and the we see the Ukrainian cities being destroyed by the missiles coming from Belarus territory. So now we have to find the foundations for bilateral Ukrainian and Belarus relationships for the future. So thank you very much. PhD Justyna Olędzka, are you with us online, and would you like to refer to it? Yes, definitely. I just would like to say a few words about this new human being that you've asked about. Obviously, this is a very concrete correlation with the proposals during the USSR. I would like to describe it as old schemes, but introduced during using completely new tools, tools which are adjusted to common contemporary user. I just would like to say that this is addressed not to people who are advanced, so all seniors. This is building young people. When we talk about a methodology, this is just analyzing the content of current contemporary messages. This is just the question of filtering of messages which are widely spread. This is a concept that we have a new Belarus citizen, and it is supposed to be the Belarus citizen on, so this is Belarus alternative of authoritarian citizen. So Lukashenko said that it is necessary to repair Belarus society. We need to fight with the society. There is a lot of social engineering, quite a lot of cultural initiatives, because this is to be strengthened with the reform of social services, of redistribution, which is to be more just, obviously in inverted commas. So ideologically just. So this is just restoration of the discipline and order. This is to be done by the widely spread information campaign. I see here big strategy of creating this new human being who will work hard, absorb this ideology from the young age, and he will be paralyzed with the fear for his safety and safety of the family. So these will be three elements which will serve the project. Thank you very much. Since this question, when you talk about the homo-postsovieticus, I just would like to add that here we are not talking about the mechanisms as such. We are just talking about new possibilities when we talk about digitalized society, because we see that after the 2020, so Belarus as the state, colloquially, they go into internet, and you can see it's very visible. And I would like to say that you can keep talking about it for a long period of time. There are two elements why we can have this new vision of this citizen. In our fourth report, I asked so-called referendum, so-called constitution, but new constitution came into force, and there were a few factors that you draw attention to, but they are very important. So one is very important when we talk about the ideology, state ideology. When we talk about it, so then the states will start to treating this ideology in a very serious way. So this was the project of ideology, which was the condensation of everything, not just the state, but the society as well. So here we are talking about the state as such, but here this is the new narration for the historical policy, which was not one line, it was just treated, disregarded. So we can see that they will have this narration supported, and I think that these would be the factors that you can see building. So obviously this is not post-Soviet Postsovieticus or Sovieticus, but it will not be called like that, but these negative factors can be strengthened backdoor or in inverted way. So the ideas concerning the situation, mobilization, the death of Vladimir Makiej. So after the 24th of February, I will not be surprised by anything. There might be many scenarios, ale before we go into strange scenarios, so knowing how these states of the region work, we will never know about the real motives, or we will find about the motives in the distant future. So when we talk about the Makiej position, so I do not, I cannot say that maybe this organism wore out. Whether somebody helped in this, I don't want to talk about it because it's too fresh. And I think that the question of mobilization for about 6 months, it is announced. So I think that now it will be important to introduce. This was this is just the Saint Nicholas present for Belarus. Obviously, I joke about it. So when we talk about the oil transmission and the maximum price, because whatever we say, everybody says about the gas, because gas, this is just a particle of this GDP, but Russia had the important thing for Russia was oil. And I think it will have influence over this possibility to maintain the Belarus system. So, and I think that it may have a bigger importance. So I think that it can be said. So I just say whatever the idea, beautiful it is, if it is done here. So we need to remember about the limitation of the social dissonance, because whether you like it or not, life within Ukraine or in Belarus, this is one thing, and the other thing is what we have to do. But this is the country which functions, so this is the state which functions. So here, this is just the question of how we have to do. So we have to be more realistic in these concepts. So these concepts can be good, can be bad, but I try not to go into fantasy world, especially based on historic facts. Given the current situation, we know that here and now this is very important, but we have a lot of materials to analyze it this way. The time is up. So thank you very much. I would like to encourage you to visit our website to get the reports. Thank you very much, and I hope that we will see online via our reports.
Mam tylko
Dzień dobry, szanowni państwo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to the organizers for the invitation. Our publication, the publication Nowy Prometeusz, New Prometheus, and to participate in this scientific undertaking. For us, it's a new opportunity to remind you of our new publication and our activities. We'd like to congratulate the fantastic speakers before me. I would like to say that I'm not going to go into too much depth because, as you can see, that I'm alone. This is also present the members of the publication. Two are abroad. Professor Gennady Korolov from Minsk and Miss Daria Schlesinger is in Tbilisi. Ladies and gentlemen, before I begin and present the publication Nowy Prometeusz, New Prometheus, I would like to say a little bit about the concept, and currently I'm the editor-in-chief, but not the first. I'm continuing the work of my predecessor, and that's why I believe that why it's called New Prometheus and what concept was being referred to with the idea of that name. The Nowy Prometeusz, so New Prometheus, as you can imagine, the old Prometeusz, old Prometheus. The name suggests that this continues the works of the first La Prométhée, which was published in French. On the screen, I hope you can see a photo from the cover of the first volume. And here I also believe that we tie in well to the subject matter of our conference with small print. But in the second photo, you can see it a little bit better. And as you can see, this was a press body of an organization fighting for the independence of Ukraine and the Caucasus. The New Prometeusz publication, the first was issued in 1926 in France, but that's not the way it was supposed to be, actually, and I will say a few words about that. If you notice, the first photo are the nations, Caucasus nations of Ukraine and Ukraine. And as I mentioned, in 1926, it was published under that name. And from the spring of 1927, there's also Turkestan, so representatives of immigration from Central Asia. From the moment that this publication appeared, the name also appeared. The name of the Promethean movement or Promethean idea, concept, as I mentioned, and I will mention why it's based on. It's the concept or idea of independent aspirations, non-Russian nations which were overtaken by and occupied by Russia. So from this publication, they receive, let's say, a kind of cryptonym of a name or an alias, and then in the interwar publications and writings in Poland was also shown as Promethean nations, movements, but the concepts of independence, aspiration, and a consolidation and cooperation reaches much earlier period and periods. Here I encourage you greatly to read our volumes where historians and outstanding experts on this movement you can read about when this concept arose, when it was appeared, and among elite in Poland. Not only undoubtedly it was tied to the camp of the Piłsudczyan. So Piłsudski camps and the beginnings in 1921 after signing the first Polish-Soviet treaty. And the concept, as I mentioned, the idea of supporting in the political sphere as well as publications and a certain group of independent countries. Mainly this was about the Ukraine, which was key in Polish Eastern policy, and this was a basic condition for the independence or the nationhood of Poland. So today we see certain, unfortunately, an analogy with the modernity to that, and that this concept appears, and that's why there's a neo-Promethean movement that appears as a term. Also in opinion creating and development of staff, which was supposed to serve the nationhood of republics after the collapse of the Soviet Union. This was another direction of activities of the Piłsudski camp, and as an example, there was an Eastern Institute that was established in Warsaw, and it was tied to the second aspect, which was Polish intelligence, and was educating staff for diplomacy and also for representatives of any nations that were overwhelmed. And there are countries where students have to stop their studies or abruptly, either because they are for war reasons and for reasons of being personally stipulated. So this was also something in the 1920s, but also this was not only pertained to the Ukraine, but also other countries. Because we don't have much time, I will just concentrate shortly on the new Prometheus. So I'm not going to discuss other nations, but since Prometeusz in the beginning was a press body of caucus organizations, I would like to mention it. In 1926, in July, there is an organization that was established that was supposed to be a confidential secret, a committee of Caucasus and Caucasian region representative of governments in emigre. This is Georgia, Azerbaijan, and northern Ural areas of the Caucasus. There was also an invitation that was sent out, but at that time they did not agree to join that group of cooperation. And after the organization, so the Committee of Caucasus Independence, there was an idea that it would have a press body, and the organization received a subsidy of $1,000, which at that time was a very large amount. And from that amount, $250 was to be dedicated to publishing the Independent Caucus, which it was supposed to be called. So it was called Nezavisny Caucus. And as you know, the name was controversial in itself. We are in 1926, and I would like to remind you that in 1925 there was a treaty on good neighborliness and peace in Turkey. So it was considerably, an independent caucus was controversial at that moment. And it was tying into independence, and a leader was to be an Azerbaijani leader, and he had considerable contacts in Turkish society, and he also issued another publication. And the author of this idea, thanks to his authority, they believed that the publication could be kept in Turkey. Turkey was important. Why it was needed to have this publication? Mainly because it was supposed to reach a territory where the emigration came from. So the Caucasus and Ukraine, where these sentiments were anti-Soviet sentiments were to arise. And the second direction was fighting with propaganda. So we see that word several times, and we see the analogy that also in the 1920 it was a strong Soviet propaganda which expanded not only in Europe but in Turkey, and the objective of that publication was to present the truth. What happens in the what is going on in the Soviet Union? And therefore Turkey was relevant. But this was not successful because in Turkey, as I mentioned, the expansion, let's not hide the fact that the Turks were turning a blind eye as much as they could, but with such a name it would be considerably difficult. Therefore, they decided that the publication emigrates to France. And when there was a strong Georgian immigration, in 1933 there was a Georgian legation, and the publication was going to be issued there as a committee, independence committee of the Caucasian region. And the condition was to also add on Ukraine to that. So Tadeusz Hołówka, one of the fathers creating this committee as well as this publication, turned attention of the immigration, for example, Azerbaijani immigration, which was not interested in changing the name because you can see the Prometeusz name, and changes to the location. That the argument was that a lot is being written, and Georgians, Caucasians, and it's not bringing a result, that it would be worthwhile to give Europe a new project, that this is not only about the Caucasian region, that there's also a possibility to break apart the Soviet Union, and that the broader context was understood, and here the Ukraine was very important. Finally, the Caucasian immigration agreed, and the former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Ukrainian People's Republic had a small, lesser status than the three editors-in-chief. So the editors-in-chief of Prometeusz were, let's say, I prepared their names. Oh, I prepared their photos. The editors, three editors, for justice reasons. As you can see, Kvazawa was journalist, a lawyer, and he was the editor-in-chief from the beginning, from 1926 to 38. A National Democrat, and another editor who also represented Dr. also a lawyer, Mehtiev, a representative of Azerbaijani immigration. And I think you see him on the left. It's Mustafa Chokay, who joined when Turkestan joined in 1927, a very known Turkestani ideologue and opinion writer, and they were very keen on having him join the group. So to be fair, let's present, I think he sits on the left on your side, if you're looking at it. And this was Chulik, Ibrahim Chulik, who also lived in France, and he represented the immigration of Caucasian in the photo immigration from northern Caucasian region, and a photo taken in Warsaw. Here also it shows the photo also in Warsaw, the meeting of immigration, Promethean, and at the head we have a Tartar activist, a publicist, a Isaki, an ideologue. Also, from what I see or what I recognize, Mehmeti Rusasata. So what I also wanted to say that the New Prometheus concentrated the anti-Soviet emigration and until 1939 the publication went out. One more remark and comment, because I can't mention, this is an interesting subject matter, Prometheus. Prometheus ties into romantic myth of when we are fighting for others, fighting for a concept, an idea, risking our own life. So it was very important, and it's for also for your freedom and our freedom. And when I was researching this subject matter, there were several versions, as you can remember. Some say that the Georgians are the authors of this. Others, elsewhere I read, I believe, Professor Materski mentioned that the Ukrainians could have been the ones giving the idea to call it Le Prometeusz. One of the outstanding researchers on Promethean issues, Georgi Mamulia, wrote that a representative of northern Caucasia mentioned, Bamat mentioned that in his flat in Paris he received the first publication, and he is the one who brought the idea forth. But my doctorate pertained to publicist activity of Azerbaijan migration, and I'm not saying that the Promethean concept in opinion-making circles of non-Russian nations before the Soviet Union was established. So this was both in one of the speeches from the First Republic of Azerbaijan and a reference to clear analogies. The eagle, the Russian eagle, who sits and bleeds Prometeusz and Prometheus. So for the Caucasian peoples, this was a very clear analogy. And another publication, which came out in Turkey, in a very clear way, Razuzade wrote that it was called Yeni Kafkaz, a new Caucasus, a new Caucasia, which will be unified. This was also a concept, not only his, but also others, and a kind of confederation, free of Russia. So, an example of New Prometheus, why it was called New. Okay. Here I'm presenting who is the publisher. It's the Studium of Eastern Studies. Thank you very much. I'm still looking a slide. First slide. Here in this slide, we wanted to show what is the new assumption of Prometeusz, and that they would like to have their view during this presentation, tying into the fact that New Prometheus ties into the committee, Independence Committee of the Caucasus. Thank you very much. And that was the assumption. From where I hope those of you who are present here will be able to see and take that publication, but also in the internet page, I think you can see archival issues and our editorial stuff, which is involved in, is a conference. Promethean conference, which is organized annually by the Eastern European Studium.
Before I talk about conference, because it's also very important for people who are interested in our topics and would like to join us, I do hope for cooperation with the authors in these topics. Apart from the fact that I introduced this Promethean idea, and we have specialists who write in this narrow topic, but it's not so narrow. This also concerns Eastern Polish policy and also the Sovietology, Polish Soviet relationships, and we also referred to the Promethean until 1991. What happened over this period of this over this area? And as you can see here, we publish debates. If there are any debates in these topics, we will be happy to publish them. There are some essays, obviously historical essays. So here we are talking about historic essays, and there might be ones connected with geopolitical issues. So here we talked about the fathers of Promethean ideas. So the character is exactly the same. Soviet Union continuous policy of the Tsar Russia. And as my distinguished former speakers, they use the old mechanism, old Soviet mechanism in the propaganda. So here we talk about usage of propaganda, about the past, of post-Soviet past. So it is nice to see. So the in the histories stories. So we have very nice, interesting articles, many historians which examine Promethean history, but not only. There can be also Sovietology, widely understood. Obviously, the profiles. So we have articles about important people important who created or contributed for Promethean ideas. So these are historic personas. So we've done it for, we've edited recently. I am also editor, and this is also the question of the fact that in the redactors were supposed to be not Polish. They were just supporting, not Polish. So I am the editor-in-chief, but there are, apart from me, there are 3 editors. Professor Gennady Karolov, who works in the Academy of Science in Kiev, PhD Katerina Krivichanna, Belaruska scholar who needs to continue her activities in Warsaw, not because she wants to end. Tomoho Umeda has just joined us. Japanese Polish scholar who is dealing with the safety, energy safety. And contemporary times show that all the issues connected with the transmission of fuels are very important as the tool in politics of the power states. That is why contemporary things are also included, and I will fight for it. So anthropology, ethnography of politics are included in here as well. If there are any debates and from the archives, it's very interesting chapter, because we have some documents from various archives. So I would like to invite historians. We have historians from many areas. You know that these documents are dispersed in many countries, so there are Polish, Azerbaijan, also Georgian archives. Sorry if I haven't mentioned everybody, but there are great texts, and obviously the opinions and reviews about each topic. The Center for Eastern European Studies, we organize the Promethean conference. The date is always, director Jan Malicki tries to have it on the 26th of October, referring to the establishment of the Center for Eastern European Studies. 26th, 27th of October. So I would like to invite all the followers who could be interested in these topics. So we would like to encourage you to see our conferences, to attend our conferences. Here you see this program. I would like to thank to the conference department who is supporting us very well. And you can see that this program is quite developed. I presented to you from the recent pictures, since I have the copyrights, so I'm sorry, but I haven't got the previous ones. So here you can see the participants of the last conference. You can see people from Ukraine, from Belarus, and here you can see some known historians, both PhDs and professors. And you can also invite people who started their journey with history, so you can consult your thesis ideas with experienced scientists. And within the Promethean conferences, which are very important for us, not only because we find out about new research about our colleagues, and we find out about new publications. And over the last Promethean conference, we had the pleasure to present the latest publication, which was published in Berlin, Professor Zaurakas, with the director of the Center for Eastern European Studies. So we are also interested in media. We see that in recent years there is quite a lot of interest because of the analogy, I think, because I follow Twitter, and in the West the scientists say, how is it possible that in the 20s Piłsudski talked about the need to talk about the independence of Ukraine, and they see the analogy of this situation, and it's very important to talk about it, and we can learn a lot from this situation. So now I just would like to say a few words about the new thing which is being printed at the moment. The old copies you can get in on our website, but you can also get the latest issue. There will be a very interesting debate. I would like to say the titans of the historiography, Professor Kornat, Professor Wojciech Materski, Professor Jan Jasnoburski, and Pisuliński, who talk about the Prometheanism, old problems and new questions of a scholar. So this is a very important these are very important issues connected with the past of this notion. And here I just would like to thank to Professor Materski, who during this debate talked about the place of the Promethean conference and its importance for the development of new research. And I hope that this is just I hope that soon we will have that the new will have the 17th issue of the new Prometheus. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Dzień dobry Państwu, witam.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you back to the next part of our conference that is called Pucz Białowieża Alma-Ata, Undrawn Conclusions. But before I present the guests, I would like to apologize on behalf of Jan Bilicki, who unfortunately will not be able to join our panel due to very urgent topics that he had to attend to. This is the life of the director, so there is always something unexpected. So on behalf of the director, I would like to apologize to you for the fact that he's not going to be present with us. But nevertheless, we have distinguished guests on our panel, and I think that it's gonna be a very interesting discussion. We have Professor Agata Włodkowska, the Vistula Academy, and she's examining the international studies in the region, especially in policy of Russia and Poland, foreign policy of Russia and Poland. Dr. Human from the Central Asian in Harsenburg, the MP of the Soviet Union in 89 and 90. He was also the member of the Commission for Investigation Commission for the putsch of 98. And online we have with us Yuri historian, the film director of many directors, director of many documentaries about the Ukraine and Polish and Ukrainian relations, and the researcher. So good morning, Mr. Professor. And online we also have Sergei Nauczyk, who is the Belarus MP 1996 and Vice President of the Belarus Board for the journalists of the Belarus redaction. And I am Alexander Shevchenko, and I am Ukrainian politologist, and I work for the Center of the Eastern European Studies. So to start our discussion, the first general question to everybody. Our panel is called the Pucz Alma-Ata Białowieża, lesser not learned. And I just would like to ask you whether we need to put this in brackets. So does it mean that current situation that we have at the moment in the Eastern Europe, so current totalitarian regimes in many post-Soviet countries, in your opinion, is it the result of this undrawn conclusions from 1991? So I just would like to say that you have 5 or 6 minutes to answer my questions, and let's start from Professor Włodkowska. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for invitation. I would like to thank you very much for this interesting question. Definitely collapse of the Soviet Union, it was a big shock for international relationships, for the Central and Eastern Europe and the whole world, because big superpower collapsed, and the consequences of this, as you see, we can feel until today. So the question is whether what we deal with at the moment at the area of the former Soviet Union, is it the consequence of what we have? You asked whether this autocratic government and the good autocratic government this is the consequence. So on the one hand, yes, because the establishment of the Russian Confederation is the result of this phenomenon. But I would like to say that in what we see in the post-Soviet area, so autocratic governments, this is the consequence, and most of all, the policy of the Russian Federation after the collapse of the USSR, which want to have their own control, their own position on a given area, strengthening the leaders who were in favor of non-democratic governments. So here we also have the influence, the competition on the post-Soviet area, where we had the various actors. And on the one hand, we had the European Union on individual countries tried to strengthen the democratic systems. So starting just the process towards democratization, but on the other hand, we had the Russian federations which had opposite activities. So here we can just say that this Turkey is involved, which had its we had this democracy in these things are strengthening in Turkey, not now, but also before. So here, this is when we talk about the democracy, you cannot see it on the Turkish side. So collapse of the Soviet Union, but I would like to emphasize former things. So the fight to maintain influence of the Russian Federation in line with this philosophy, in line with this strategy. So without the area of the things which are located on their territory would not be superpower. It would not be super power. So now I would like to address my question to the MP. So the question in our area, is it the result of the conclusions not drawn from 1991? Yes, thank you. Until now, we think that the mistakes that were made by us during the period of the collapse of the Soviet Union allowed to create from the very beginning, the Russian empire, and at the moment, the current situation all over the world, is the consequences that we were not able to change the Soviet Union. Because 1991 and 21, the Yeltsin cooperated with the democratic movements in the whole area in the Central Asia and other countries. We had common forum and also Democratic Congress in which Democrats participated from Central Asia and other countries, and we discussed there the fact that after the Soviet Union, it is absolutely necessary to have the judgment over Stalinism and condemn the Communist Party and judge the communist country and think what we should do in order to not have a situation where this power is again the same. So the same Yeltsin who participated in Russia, who was the deputy to the Supreme Chamber of the Parliament of the Supreme Board, then other people had influence on them, and the ideas of Yeltsin in the 90s, he is Andrei Sakharov participated in this, and many Democrats, famous Democrats, Afanasyev, for instance. So these ideas connected with the judgment over Stalin and condemnation of Communist Party. And as a result of the collapse of the Soviet Union, the power went into Yeltsin's hands, and he went into the leaders of the Central Asia, whom he criticized and whom he hated. And together with them, he created a new Soviet Union and became its center. And we had this idea of cooperation, but without any center whatsoever. And all these leaders with whom we've talked we talk here about some speeches in Moscow. If I could ask for the film where we were against it. Unfortunately, the quality of the sound is not good enough for us to interpret. Unfortunately, the quality of sound is not good enough for us to interpret.
Вокруг шеи демократии. И это самое опасное. Демократы в Узбекистане, которые выражают мнение народа, они не могут сказать и выразить свое мнение. Я здесь, выражая их мнение, хочу сказать, что мы против союзного договора Горбачева. Мы за сотрудничество республик без цензуры. За цензуру объединения демократических сил Украины. Спасибо.
Özbeklarni
And the idea was that the Soviet Union, as an empire which existed for a long time, were to disappear, and there would be new countries independent of Russia, so that there would not be one center. Yeltsin agreed with that. But as I mentioned, Yeltsin shifted to this side of Central Asian dictators, brought them down to one group, and said that they will create a WNP, and they agreed because Yeltsin guaranteed that they would would remain in power. And today we're talking about lessons learned, conclusions, and for me the most important for myself and for others in the context of the Putin barbarian is doing in Ukraine is that Russia was not reformed. I don't know if you remember a joke that was circling about the Kalashnikov, that some worker was collecting parts from a machine to make from it a child stroller, but however he put it together, it would be a Kalashnikov. And Russia is that kind of country. However you put together, it's still going to be a Kalashnikov in the end. So this is exactly the way it looks in the post-Soviet area. And in the context of neighborliness, the most important lesson is to not try to undertake Russian reforms, but to demand the breakdown. Professor, I think the most suffering from the most important conclusions. Could you say that the war is a result of the fact that not all conclusions will be extracted after 1991, and that this has led to what it has led to? Yes, I would like to turn your attention to the fact that the collapse of the USSR occurred exceptionally fast and quickly. So the political elites or the majority of the population of the new states or Ukraine were not ready for the problems and issues or establishing an independent existence. Basically, in the nomenclature which assumed an initiative from two or became part of it was actually the only force which had the capacity to organize and manage, lead a country. This was, I think, the problem, in my opinion. A definite majority of structures, state structures established in the Soviet era, were restyled into the different types of Soviet management and leadership structures. Ukraine is an example of that. It obtained independence with a president which in the beginning of the 1980s was in the highest Republican Party levels, and from the Communist Party left to the Communist Party after the coup. And in 1990 parliament, which the majority were members of the previous communist era and the staffs and the ranks. So this was important problems, and in my opinion, the way it formulated the impacts on the development of Ukraine. And also, I would like to say that it's very expressive, evident that just before the collapse of the USSR, Ukraine controlled only 5% of its GDP. So one other issue, which is current now, and we see the problems also from the beginning, the leading staff in the ministry, Ukrainian ministry, there were not that many individuals working. And there was one other fact which is relevant and differed from Poland. The National Democratic Camp, wasn't professionally and organizationally prepared to lead the country. So this was a serious issue. In the 1990s, some of these persons were still fighting with communism, and some of them dispersed among marginal political parties, and this way there was political rivalry, and this didn't give them particular authority. They also moved to doubtful compromises. And in my opinion, you could say that the pact with the devil moved them to secondary political orbits where they had filled out the political corridors and were involved in the Soviet nomenclature. And this is the impacts, the results, which can be evident. Thank you very much, Professor. And now the question to the organizers. Do we have a connection with Sergei Nauczyk? No connection, so I hope the professor will be able to join us later because the Belarusian perspective is important and interesting in this context. But let's go on to the next part. And the next will be more retrospective, and we'll take a look at the coup and the Białowieża, Alma-Ata treaties. We'll begin with the coup. And here I would have a question to Mr. Achunov. in Moscow, how is that received by the political elites of countries of Central Asia? Was there support of these post-communist elites, and are they looking more with hope towards the Yeltsin and the days of by society of those Central Eastern countries and Central Asian countries? Coming back to the previous question, there's one more very important thing that I mentioned. The professor stated, and I also remembered, that after the Soviet Union collapsed, the approach of the West was very weak in terms of democratic processes. In the beginning, they were only concerned about nuclear weapons, and that's the only thing they referred to. After the collapse of USSR, Becker came, Secretary of State, came to Uzbekistan. We came, we met with him, and he said, what are the issues? The Soviet Union has collapsed, and how do you perceive the situation? We said that the US has huge influence now, especially on Uzbekistan, and you should demand for Uzbekistan to have new free parliamentary and presidential elections. This is the only way you can assist democratization of Uzbekistan. He didn't do it. For him, it was not relevant. I think that was a huge mistake that the United States did not endorse the democratic processes. The West stood on the side of nomenclature, of former communists. The West did not support and endorse the democratic processes which could have been reinforced after the collapse of the USSR, and that was the main error which shouldn't be made. The second issue, after that event, we created an investigative committee, and this is also, we perceived it, the Central Asian nations supported new structures which were supported by the Central Committee. So Kyrgyzstan and Iskarakayev. But the scheme was that once they announced their arising in all the republics of Central Asia, leadership and command went over to the hands of the military, to the first secretaries. And now they said that now you report just to us and all the decisions will be agreed with us. So it's a question of how Central Asia supported this. The reinforcement of Gorbachev was the army, Asia, and that third apparatus. This was fulfilled by, if there was no support from the Baltic countries, Baltic states, and some GKCP could have won. Now we will go on to the Ukrainian perspective, and until this moment, we had the shift of the elites, and the Ukrainian, how did they react to the 3 days, to GKCP and the democratic wing of those elites. I would like to say that this situation was ambivalent. It didn't maybe look so straightforward as that, but I could say that the 19th of August in Kiev, with the presence of the First Secretariat of the Stanisława Górenka, of the commander of Marines, of the General Valentin Valenikow, demanded from the current commander of the highest SSR Council, who will later be the president of the Ukraine, to legally consider the activities of KGCP. So, you could say that this is analogous to the situation where we had the forming of the USSR in the traditions. Kravchuk assumed a position of waiting for biding his time, waiting for the right moment. He was a very strong support and democratic, and later I remember his interview. He gave an interview to Central TV of the Soviet Union, and on the one hand, on this hand, on that hand, there were no specific answers. But he then left the party and specifically called for sovereignty of the Ukraine. Then he was a very strong force of democratic forces. For me, it was a very important factor. And Rodkiewicz, who was a political prisoner for many years in the Soviet Union, he wrote the Independence Act of the Ukraine, which was then edited. And in that way, the situation changed in Ukraine. Thank you very much. And let's go on to the Polish perspective. Now I would like to turn to Professor Włodkowska. At that time, it was separated from the communist parliamentary, presidential. It had a new president. And when I'm reading reminders of the coup and around Lech Wałęsa, I understand that at that time Wałęsa assumed also a similar biding his time at a strategy. And they were concerned that real communists will come back to power in Poland and will create such a situation once again. So what Poland in that situation could be concerned about because of this coup, and what were the concerns of President Wałęsa justified? They had to be concerned because Poland even in its has a Russian syndrome in its culture, so there is a natural concern. And it's difficult to imagine that that would not be. This is a kind of reaction which in polls and also in decision-making parties is present, and we are not able at this moment to erase it, to delete it. You mentioned that President Wałęsa, fortunately, assumed a strategy of biding his time. He was also advised, he didn't send any congratulations, He was biding his time as he was advised, and the congratulations. If the coup or the coup leaders, it would be definitely bad news for Poland. So we have to remember that at that time there was also a two-tier policy who Krzysztof Skubiszewski was the author, and maintaining diplomatic relations with, on the one hand, the Soviet Union, on the other hand, already with the soon-to-be independent germinating countries. So this was definitely wise, well thought through, and appropriate. There was definitely uncertainty. Uncertainty, but let's say driven, I don't want to say fear, but a lot of, let's say, anxiety or concern. But we have to remember that Poland was in that gray area of security. So not tied with the Warsaw Pact anymore, already conducting its policy and security policy and economic policy facing the West, but not anchored yet. So this was a huge challenge for us, or even a threat in terms of what was happening behind our borders. Additionally, the situation was very dynamic, not only dynamic for, of course, for Poland, but if I'm speaking from the Polish perspective, that I'm concentrating on the recent unification of Germany, East and West, the border with Germany, the coup, the uncertain situation in Poland, still unstable. And you mentioned the martial law and certain observations of an average citizen in Poland. When po Q Aniajew's, I was 13 years old, but so I wasn't a fully, let's say, aware citizen. But I remember the images that were showing up in the news. I remember my parents talking in a kind of atmosphere of uncertainty, of anxiety, of fear. It was also my associations of a young person who I remember, let's say, the martial law, which I remember through the eyes of a child, and a very very unclear and fluid, and then also Romania and the bloody coup that I think that not only in me, but in Polish society also caused those. So definitely uncertainty, definitely fear in Polish society, concern, but also a kind of hope that this can be learned, and that we are basically one leg in the other side, that we've done a lot, and we hope that at that time it was still the Soviet Union and not the Russian Federation, that it will go in the good direction, good also from our perspective. So to the collapse of the Soviet Union and obtaining independence by the Soviet Republic at that time. Since tying into the previous question, I will say the homework that wasn't done, and Alma-Ata, and Białowieża. Despite the fact that over 30 years have passed from the collapse of the Soviet Union, we still use the trap, kind of a nice, very package that we can put this post-Soviet country, except for Baltic countries, which are really very different. And even though I use that term sometimes, I remember also to my colleagues that it's a language that creates reality. So we keep using Russian terminology. These are not post-Soviet countries. These are countries of Eastern Europe, of Central Asia, Central Eastern Asia, or just Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Georgia. We would be flabbergasted if we were still being called, let's say, an ex-former country of the Eastern Bloc. And we keep using that facsimile towards countries which are paying a bigger price and have done their homework. And I'm speaking about, for example, the Ukraine than us. But frequently, we include the Ukraine to the group of post-Soviet states. Yes, I totally agree. And in the text that I write, I don't use this term, this phrase, zone or sphere, post-Soviet, post-Rush, post-Eastern Bloc. Okay, we're speaking about certain things, historical events during a scientific conference, so this and scholarly conference, so we can speak about this. But when we use these formulations, it's out of date because there's no space, single space, post-Soviet space, post-Eastern Bloc space. In terms of the coup, I'd just like to mention one more prospect and perspective. Maybe unusual. We don't have a representative, Russian representative here, but I would like to ask about the coup from the perspective of Moscow, in the sense that this was a unique moment when the Russian society began as subject to policy. So I think that after that, there was no protests in the subjective approach. Russian society was not a Soviet society, and the subject in internal or domestic and external policy. However, this did not exist, and I remember in the year 14, a colleague from Russia came, and she planned the visit to Kiev before Maidan. And it was truly without any policy. She was very afraid. I was convinced to come that nothing horrible is happening. And then she came and she said, "We're not going to Maidan because I'm afraid." I took her by the hand and I said, "We're going to Maidan." She looked with huge eyes at me. "Can you imagine something in Moscow?" And I said there were barricades. It was in Moscow. There were transparents for freedom. People were dying for freedom in Moscow. So my question is whether this coup, maybe it was a little window where in general the shape of the Russian state could have been changed, even though it was a subject. But maybe you won't agree with me that it was not a subject. Maybe Professor Rutkowska or if somebody else would like to make a reference to that thought. I think that this is a difficult question because this was a moment when Russian society became a subject and it became an active participant in these events. There were moments when this happened, but maybe not with such a strong involvement. Currently, Russian society is characterized by apathy, but I'm also wondering, can we be surprised about that? Because if society realizes that not much can be done by them, that despite going out in the streets, they are persecuted and can't really, a lot of Russians try to emigrate and act from there, but can we expect that? Can we expect a kind of heroism on that scale? Secondly, the propaganda which is addressed to Russian society has a huge impact on the fact that Russians, to a small degree, are protesting. Glory to those who just continue to protest. Another thing is that this is also tied into the political policy of Russian society. But I'd just like to mention the strategic. In Russia, we're observing a kind of syndrome of empires and the impoverishment of Great Russia. And despite the fact that Russians are so proud of their Great Russia, not only the status of a country, but the size of their territory, this is a source of pride for Russians. And the problem is also reflective of the apathy of Russian society. On the one hand, this is a source of threat, of concern, because it's a territory that has to be maintained in full.
And that is why maybe there is this inclination to believe and trust in army, in the governance of tough governments, and also Putin, who could boast about international success and international success in economic sense and being satisfied because this is how the life is good. Maybe they do not have full rights, citizen rights, but they live as the citizens of the world. I do agree that there was this possibility, but the fact that this society didn't develop towards political participating culture origins from many factors. Also the strategic culture of Russia, or the Putin's career oriented inwards. But we have to remember that the foreign policy of this Russian policy is a servant's role when you compare it to the internal policy. Thank you very much. Would other guests like to refer to this issue? As far as the political activities of these periods are concerned, of the turnout. So in Russia, protests were only in Russia, in Petersburg and in Moscow. And people generally perceived it positively, these protests. And they thought that finally, so they thought that the country will go into the right hands. And this is what helped the committee for the martial law. So you mentioned until now that the people of Russia lived wrongly because there was no food, it was rationed. There were coupons for food, and during Putin's times, what happened compared to what was in the Soviet Union, it was people were very wealthy. So this was the window of opportunity for Russia. Well, the window of opportunity to go the democratic way did appear, but this society didn't take advantage of this window, went through this window of opportunity, but went in a different direction. They wanted to feed their stomach and leave where they were. And this getting rich, feeding their stomach, it just happened. I just would like to say to my colleagues, yes, for Russia it was a great chance. Yes, this was the case, but Russia didn't take advantage of this chance. And in my opinion, it was discredited due to Yeltsin's policies and Yeltsin as such, who wanted to stay for longer, and this price is known how it happened, and it was very important because there was a chance for the chance, and democracy was not a dead word. It did work at the moment, but it was not for a long time. And maybe you remember the letter of Vladimir Bukovsky. This was the chance for Russia, but it didn't manage to use it as it should. Thank you very much, and now let's go to the question of the Białowieża agreement. So let's go to December 1991. And let's see how it looks like from the Ukrainian perspective, because on the one hand, it was the question of the possibilities of Ukraine that we took advantage of, and Ukraine became independent. But the failure of Ukraine, it was cementing the Soviet nomenclature, which became post-Soviet. In this context, we can use this word because this became post-Soviet culture. And in Białowieża it got cemented, and for the years to come the Soviets will stay in power, and the change will not be just the Soviet Ukraine, but Ukraine. Would you agree with what I said? And how does it look like from the Ukrainian elites and the society, and how it looked like from the Ukrainian perspective? Well, I do agree that with what you said, but I must say a very interesting history connected with Białowieża. I talked with Semyon Kravchuk quite often. We were not so close, but there were some situations where you could talk. We had some speeches together, and I asked him how it looked like in Białowieża, and he said that obviously he was there was the decision that there must be this declaration signed, and that the Soviet Union will not exist anymore. And I asked what was the situation like with Yeltsin. How did it look like? What was his position? And Kravchuk said that there was a moment when Yeltsin didn't want to sign this document. And then Kravchuk said Boris Mikołajewicz coming back to Ukraine as Ukraine from the president of the state. So who will you be? So then Yeltsin said, we have to finish with Gorbachev. Well, I think that this is the truth, but there was the moment. It was a very characteristic moment for the for Yeltsin. So, but this is a very important problem for Ukraine, because the old nomenclature was the source for it. So At the beginning of the 2000, it was about over 50% of the self-government, about 50% of the central administration organs, and they started their career during the Soviet times. And how did it look like? When it was necessary to build a new state. As a result, this new bureaucracy opened the old way of action, imitating the new style. And then there was institutional change, and there was a very vertical hierarchy of power. And then Kuchma, they had the representatives of the power, this party or technocratic one. And plus, on the top of it, we can say the tradition of paternality, because I don't know how it was in Poland, but it was a problem in Poland, but in our case, it was a problem. The tradition of paternality that was limiting the possibilities of other administrators. This was the beginning. When we talk about the Kravchuk's people, they didn't have any strategy. And the possibilities necessary for the market-led economy. They didn't have appropriate political convictions, political ideas. And I understand that when the Kravchuk wanted to have the monument, I am the first president for elections, and he fought against Kuchma. I am the father of democracy, so you need to choose me. And you know that there was a different result, in fact. Thank you very much. And now I would like to ask the MP, what did the collapse of the USSR meant for the Middle Asia, Central Asia countries, especially that they didn't take direct participation in it? So. So when we talk about how did it look like, so how was it seen by the society in Central Asia when we talk about this geopolitical change? Well, I've just was reminded of this area when we had a meeting which was run by the President Karimov from Uzbekistan, and we've received the message that there was agreement accepted. Karimov went out and he started to talk about it, and there was he started to say they were free together, they drank together, they signed it up, and who allowed them to dissolve USSR? He was convinced that it will not be reflected in any way. So next day, Gorbachev and Yeltsin started to take some actions. Gorbachev tried to neutralize this Białowieża agreement and attract Asian leaders not to sign with Yeltsin, and Yeltsin tried to take their support. I think that the signature of this agreement, which turned out to be very important document, which in fact abolished the Soviet Union, they were shocked for quite some time. They couldn't believe that Soviet Union can collapse, and they they done a referendum to stay within Soviet Union, and they didn't know what to do, who to come, and who is going to be our master at the moment, because the party leaders, Middle Asian ones, were connected with Moscow. The ones who give them orders were necessary ones, and they were some kind of a slave without the master. And Yeltsin started to say that if you stay with Gorbachev, you will be responsible for supporting the committee of the USSR. So they got together, they negotiated, then there was their meeting with Ashgabat and in Alma-Ata, where prepared legal documents were signed, and they were able to sign it with having heart, because they believed in Stalin and the USSR. But for the society, until now, we see that in Uzbekistan there is a huge nostalgia after Soviet Union. And at that time, population didn't believe that there is no Soviet Union, that it collapsed. People didn't want to believe in it. But when the leaders and the party leaders became independent presidents of independent states, they started to have to run policy of putting bad opinions about the USSR, and they say that they deserve independence. Even Kalimov himself, 1 month before signing Białowieża agreement, had given an interview to the newspaper, Facts and Documents, and he said that Uzbekistan cannot stay independent because how can we get the money out of this? And then he became president of independent state, and then he understood what possibilities there are, and then he started to be actively positive, claiming that independence is his is his benefit, and he was the one in Białowieża to do it. So when we talk about the Polish perspective, because I just would like to say that Western countries were afraid of collapse of Soviet Union. We remember Bush, senior Bush visit to Kiev. He said that he's against nationalism and the Soviet Union can get democratized. But Poland became the direct neighbor of 2 new countries, Belarus and Ukraine, with whom you have to build relationship without any relations. When we have Piłsudski and Petrula, then before there was the uprising of Khmelnytsky, so there was no experience. Was it the danger for Poland? So how in Poland was it perceived, the fact that the Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore? Well, we started to gain more neighbors. So here we had the collapse, here we have the union, because Lithuania, Russia, Belarus together with the Federal Republic of Germany. Until recently, it was East Germany. Czechoslovakia collapsed, broke into two. So quite a lot was happening. But when we concentrate on Belarus and Ukraine, in Lithuania we could concentrate as well, because we are combined by the history. We were partially one state, but it was translated into many difficult experiences on both sides. And I think that I would not treat this as a danger, but as a challenge and maybe a chance that one could use, and we took advantage of it, but only in part. We used it in part due to many reasons. There was a chance that there was Ukraine, which gave us safety on our eastern border. So it gave us also the chance to put the Russian Federation away from the Polish borders. But here, in a sense, we made a mistake in our Polish foreign policy, because strengthening Ukraine, for us, it was not important by itself to strengthen Ukraine, but for us it was the way how to weaken Russia, and this was a mistake. Another mistake, which in my opinion was made, these declarations were made against towards Russia. And here, this is due to the initiative within the Central and Eastern Europe countries. And it was just being a leader, being the advocate, and being the role of the bridge connecting East with the West. To be a leader or be advocate, it would be good to be seen in this role. And it's not that we should say that we want to be this way, or we should have some diplomatic arrangements, not just to say on our own to play this role, because you could see that on the Belarus or Ukrainian side, this Polish role was not well perceived. Some countries saw it as a challenge or a threat. For Lithuania, Poland was a stronger country, so they always wanted to cooperate with Germany, or balancing this stronger position of Poland. And it was similar with our partners with the Central Europe. We were the strongest state in this group, so they were afraid that Poland would dominate them. Also, showing the proposal to be the intermediary between Russia and the West, this exists. So it was the way to trying by Poland to play in a higher league with Germany or France. This is some kind of post-colonial syndrome. We have some in spite of the fact that we have middle position, we have the willingness to be in a higher league. So to sum up, I would perceive it as some kind of challenge, and a chance that has not always been used, especially that our relations are with hard experience. maybe not Polish-Belarus relationships are not that much encumbered. So you see the Shushkevich, Kravchuk, and Brugdultis, and it's a pity that Dr. Malicki is not with us. But just in short, I would like to say that in summer 2016, there was the panel on which we managed to invite the signatory of the Belavezha agreement. I don't know whether this picture is from the 2016 because I can't see the room. I don't recognize the room. Yes, oh, this is in this room. Well, I am here in this room for the first time, and that's why I don't recognize it, because I know that there was in the old library building. So this is the history of the Center for Eastern European Studies. So this is a historic event. Which happened in 2016, and very mystic way these three people left this year in 2022, but really the three of them changed the history, and they opened a new epoch, new area, and whether it has finished, we will discuss it later. And now let us go into the questions of Alma-Ata meeting and creating the Commonwealth of Independent States. So this agreement was signed in Białystok and in Alma-Ata. There was details prepared concerning the independent states. And I have the question to Professor Płotkowska from the international relationship point of view on the theoretical level, whether creation of the common independent states was it the best solution for the soft divorce of all these states?
First and foremost, we should emphasize that not all countries treated this as a divorce. Some of them considered, yes, that the community of independent states will allow for a soft separation, especially with the biggest participant, the Russian Federation. Some countries believed that this is a kind of way of functioning and gaining benefit from what was left after the Soviet Union. The Russian Federation treated these countries very instrumentally to maintain their own domination and control over countries which until recently were republics of the Soviet Union. And in my conviction, this is also some homework that was not done, because the Russian Federation had in this area and continues, even though it has lost most of those advantages. In the former Soviet Union, it had a lot of advantages over other players, which others did not have. I'm speaking about either rivals such as the US, such as European Union, Turkey, or certain European countries. This was an advantage of a long existence within a state where a lot of relations were established. There was a cultural advantage, language advantage. This was an advantage of geographic proximity, which the United States did not have. This is also the fact that the Russian Federation, as the only one of few actors involved in this post-Soviet area, had a unitary, so it wasn't as the European Union, which is a union of a number of countries. It was an advantage which was most interested in Eastern Europe, What also became the advantage of Russia was the imperative, the biggest, strongest imperative involvement in that space. And such an institutional also advantage which existed. It had structures like the Tashkent Treaty, and it also had a soft power which it could have used, strengthening and maintaining its international position. Despite that, it decided to copy certain mechanisms or tools known from the Soviet Union, and in my conviction was some example of not doing the homework, that you can't by force, and especially at a moment when a post-Soviet area comes into the game, where other actors are also interested in being active actors in the region. So, post-Soviet countries, the Tashkent Treaty or the Act on Collective Organization. So, using all these institutions in line with the interests of the Russian Federation. Thank you. Now I'd like to turn to Professor Yuri online. Since membership of the Ukraine in the community of independent states reminds me of an interview about Kravchuk. That Kravchuk liked to say in the following: yes, but. Yes, but. So this was always what Kravchuk said. So this also happened this way, that yes, but. So the Ukraine was establishing the community of independent states, but did not, let's say, fully. It was a founder, but whether it was a member or not, that would be up for discussion. So why in such a strange way did this happen for Ukraine's membership in this organization in the first period after the collapse of the Soviet Union? I spoke about this with Kravchuk, and he said everything was understandable. As the professor just mentioned, what happened? This was a moment, a pause for the rebirth of the Russian Empire, and everything was clear when Yeltsin was in Kyiv at one point in time. He said what can be done so there would be no gas in the Ukraine, and it was kind of gas blackmail and political blackmail. And Kravchuk, as you know, ladies and gentlemen, he was kind of master or mastermind. I will mention Kravchuk because this was very important for me as an experienced politician. He understood that the understanding with Russia was not be possible. He had also the experience of the party work and associations. He went to Russia, to Moscow. He had contacts. But I will quote, and about Russia. On the world arena, they behaved like no one's going to want to sign an international agreement with such a leader. And I would recommend that all other countries that they do not conclude any agreements with an international agreement. That state is unforeseeable. This is his opinion, and I believe that this was his item. He also later spoke, and many times. Thank you very much. I'd let's go on to Central Asia. The question, yes, of course you may add something and you will be able to add something, but let me ask the question first from the perspective of Central Asian countries, what role was placed by the community, and these countries are still members of this community, and is it relevant from maybe the perspective of the economy? In terms of the uprising of the Soviet Union, what if the transformation would have occurred despite the coup, despite Białystok, because Gorbachev started up processes of creating a new state. And these associated countries should have signed a new agreement. And it was clear that the process of signing the amendment, each republic will be pulling in their direction. They will fight for their position. And the Soviet Union, in that form which existed, would disappear from the map of the world anyway. But the WMP was created on the basis of what Gorbachev speaks, that all the republics will fulfill their leadership and that there will be a council of heads of states which will decide about everything. On this way, there was also the indication of the CIS, which was presented by Gorbachev. And as a result, creating the CIS was based on the agreement which Gorbachev came up with. So the agreement, Commonwealth Agreement, it would have created the Confederation and dismantled the USSR. So is there a current CIS, Commonwealth of Independent States for Central Asia? I would say that in the first years of the CIS existence, the leaders of Central Asia saw that CIS as a new form of the Soviet Union and believed that Moscow was playing a leadership role. And countries of Central Asia did not even have their own currency, for example. Uzbekistan, for 3 years after the collapse of the Soviet Union, did not launch its own currency and receive money from Moscow because Karimov, with distrust, approached all this and believed that it's not going to be their own currency, but there's always going to be Moscow who will give us our orders, commands, and dictate the terms. That's why Karimov's fears and concerns that Uzbekistan has been left without a defender. He was an initiator for creating an organization on a treaty of collective security. And until this time, I believe that until the 24th of February, the CIS was current and cooperation within that organization was current for the countries of Central Asia. However, the catastrophe which occurred with Russia, with the fact that it started the war in Ukraine and that leaders of central states came to the conclusion that Russia is not a defender. It's not a defender. It's really a colossal body on clay legs, and this started up processes that countries of Central Asia started looking for new partners for cooperation and creating new alliances, political alliances in the region. And the role of Turkey here is increased greatly, and suddenly I think that Erdogan played a big role in dismantling CIS and changing the situation in Central Asia, especially since the current, and it lasts after the 24th of February. Everybody's seen the true face of Russia, and this thread goes to my last question, where there will be a discussion panel. You'll have an opportunity to ask questions, and also philosophically, I'd like to ask a question of each of the speakers. When I mentioned the meeting of Shlikhta, Kravchuk, and that they opened up a new geopolitical epoch or era, and you could call it the era or epoch of Białowieża. Could you say that that era, Białowieża, ended on the 24th of February, that we are living in a different geopolitical reality than was the signatories of Białowieża? I think yes. I think frequently we are even reading that Russian aggression against Ukraine is the end of the Cold War, although we frequently hear that something is the end of the Cold War. I have an impression that Russia is not or will not be a country that is perceived the way it was perceived at the end of the Cold War. That's first, and both from Western states as well as post-Soviet states, two institutions which are functioning in a so-called post-Soviet space, CIS, the Commonwealth or Agreement on Euro-Asian Trade Agreements, they are losing their relevance because the members of CIS and also the Organization on Collective Security do not support Russia. I'm speaking about the activities in Ukraine, but are distancing themselves to Russian activity, and there are also critiques towards Vladimir Putin or the Russian Federation. I think that Russian society will not be the same as in the case of the aggression of Russia towards Ukraine. So in short, I would say yes, and I would say that this is the conclusion of the Cold War, conclusion of that world order, and such cooperation with the Russian Federation, which we knew until February 24th. Professor, do you believe that the era, Białowieża era, ended on the 24th of February? Can't hear the gentleman. In short, because I agree that everything is clear. In my opinion, in light of this new broad-scale war against the Ukraine, which started in February of this year, not only the reputation, the only thing that burned down or collapsed is the reputation of Putin. Once again, the reputation of Russia, also as a country to put in place democratic standards. But thanks to God, tragedy, and there is an opportunity for Ukraine and for other countries to understand what is and was Russia in terms of the Ukraine. Of course, we can say what it is, and Ukraine hates despots. And I think that as a historian, I can say that in Russia, the existence of instrumentalization of the historical research, and it's very bad. So you could speak about how much good was done in Russia in the 1990s, and so many publications, and all of this right now is utilized, maybe not Russia, but this is also a very serious matter for me. But of course, the situation is sensitive to us. It's a kind of criteria for understanding what is and Russia was. So, on the 24th of February, did the epoch or era of Białystok end? Yes.
Yes, I agree that after the 24th of February, Russia is not the authority and more also for the states from Central Asia. They started to talk about it themselves. If you remember, there was the summit in Astana for CIS, and Rachmanov said to Putin, stop treating us as if Soviet Union exists until now. So they who are with Putin behind at one table, they put it straight into his face, such things, and it proves that the authority of Putin, even among the ones with whom he cooperates, they say to him straight that they don't respect them and they don't treat him correctly. And I think the 24th of February changed. They crossed the T's and put the I's, dots on the I's. So what we said, this is post-Soviet area. From the 24th of February, we have new reality, which, in my opinion, will cause huge global changes in Central Asia. We wrote an article that cooperation with Poland will be very important. Our party thinks that Poland, Ukraine, Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan and Turkey could create their own community for armed and political issues, to form new area. This alliance would form a new area for the democracy, democratization of the states of the Central Asia, and at the same time be some kind of international alliance that could guarantee safety and security in our region. And if we work actively in this area, in other case, this region will go into the orbit of China influence, and there will be a new host in this region, and he will become a new colony for China. We have 20 minutes of declared time. So maybe if you have some questions, please feel free to ask them. If you have some questions, so I see on the left-hand side there is a question. Thank you very much. I've just made the film about casus belli, Ukraine, and so on. What's happening with Russia? And there was the opinion that somehow in this DNA they don't have the democracy and so on. Because I cannot agree. When we had this 1991, when Russians went out into the streets and they showed their pride and that they are willing to decide about their country. Other date could be 1917, so authentic February Revolution, where throughout the year there was the parliament, there was the constituency. But then they allow to be governed, and unfortunately research which is done on Russians mean that their mind deteriorates. Some time ago they wanted to they had the pride of sport, culture and army, so these were three things work. So at the moment, in the opinion of the social psychology, only army counts. And we also came out of from post-communism, and we started to care for the countries. And the question is, so do we have to do it after the war? Well, nobody. You had this a mess, so you have to clean it up yourself. So this is not the nation, but this traveling tribe, like old Mongolian tribe. And one of the reasons to be proud is to be proud of having big area. But this is not taking responsibility for this area. This is some kind of warrior who is putting a tent, then in the morning he takes up the tent, but he doesn't take responsibility for it. Well, this is the paradox they had. This is so rich country, which is so poor. For 70 years, they've not been able to get put it. I understand that you lived in Sweden. I lived in Denmark, and Canada is a big country. It's not a poor country. So this is just the justification for lack of responsibility, aggression, and this is the only way how they can work. This is the war. So this is natural for them. What is strategy for us? This is for them. This is the real way of how they can do this, and this is the schizophrenic, and each normal nation has got some neighbors. If it's not island, this is in case of thinking of psychopath paranoid Russia hasn't got neighbors. They are surrounded. And this research showed that every single war gives more support for Putin. A few years ago, there was the research by the psychologists all over the Russian society, and this is just the teenager with the problems of self distortion, like between the war and the peace. And I was in Georgia and we showed this film, so this migration from September, and they came to see, Russians came to our films, and this is and they are running away from this country, and they just say they have the problems of distortions, and everybody surrounding us, we tried to understand maybe it's something wrong with us. But this will be a rhetorical question. But what has changed on the 24th of February? What is the difference between 2014? I will tell you what. Until now, Putin, he was coming up with this provocation, that this is some kind of unknown people. So he made a mistake. The problem is that he put in front of the camera and he said openly, we go for Ukraine. And he said the second terrible thing, apart from fighting with fascism, they said one terrible thing, that they want to de-Ukrainize Ukraine, so they want to destroy the nation. And the question to you is, what happened on the 24th of February, which is different to previous aggressions in Donbas, Crimea, Georgia? I think that this is they don't want to deceive anything. So in 2008, the Georgians were able to get provoked and so on. But these aggressions happened. So what happened on the 24th of November? They said, okay, now we go for Ukraine. And everybody saw it. So this is the question, what is the difference between the previous aggression from the current aggression? What happened at the moment, so that now everybody saw that now as they can run these policies to send the army, and they think that this is absolutely normal. Even Hitler, when he went for Poland, he made provocation in Gliwice. So here there was no provocation, it was open aggression. And at the very end, Putin said with a smile, this is just how we are. And I think that this is something to be considered. If you said that on the 24th on the February, what happened new? The Russians said, okay, we are going to conquer the next neighbors. The second question, and then we will take it together. Barajondo Koliszewski, Łódź University. You asked a question, I just want to be more concrete. What was the phenomenon of perceiving Russia, treating it as the defender? Because starting 1991, Russia has got aggressive war, be it in Chechnya or in Georgia, and destabilizes Ukraine. The second issue, I would like to refer to talk about the influence of local nomenclature. So please draw attention to the fact that in 3 Baltic states, in most cases, post-communists are at the government. So we could have some representatives of the party. So we cannot meet it with solidarity in Poland. The first person was the communist. So flirt with Russia has got a tragic and this vector towards the West in 1991. So going against the SMG. Now we see that it has changed. So maybe it is worth talking about it. And as a digression, I just would like to tell you one picture. The picture that was made in 2015, I was at this meeting, and then all the heroes of this debate left, include this year, including Mikhail Gorbachev. I described this meeting in Baltic Review, and referring to this meeting, showing how the epoch is thinking in TVP Vilno, Violeta, Sawarbiska. And he confirmed that only change against Russia, getting out of the center, can bring about positive results. So thank you very much for these questions, and before I hand the floor over, I would like to refer to these questions because I think that this question, what happened, what changed on the 24th, is very time oriented, and it is to us and to the Western societies. The scale has changed. So previously it was some kind of provocation or creating some in the Dniester issues. So there were some kind of aggression against Georgia. And we could look at it as some local conflicts which we cannot understand, and we do not interfere with this. And this is how the West treated. But at that point, these were crimes and the activities of the Russian policy, which you can observe now. So now the scale frightened ourselves and the West, because now we are talking about millions of people and the safety of and security of the whole Europe. Should Ukraine be smaller, maybe it would be a similar situation as in Georgia in 2008. And this is just a question of the Western society and our hypocrisy. And we have to keep asking these questions all the time when we come back to the issues of business, Nord Stream, and so on and so forth. So all the time we have to keep asking this question. This is a very good question. Now they hand over to our speakers. Professor Włodkowska.
Across from the Ukraine, contrary to Ukraine, I had the impression that Russia would stop in the eastern parts of Ukraine and will not go further. But once again, I'll refer to the cultural strategy of Russia, because it's shaped greatly by history and by culture. Please remember that for Russia and the Federation, a traditional way to maintain security, state security in different periods, was expansion. Expanding the territory where the territory began to be encircled, as Russia perceives it, by others who are just sharpening their teeth on the security of Russia. So the kind of syndrome of the offended fortress. So also this permanent defense and attack is considered as defense. So that's why the culture of a strong army, and which is also a result of the process of securitization. So looking for new threats, constant new threats, we should protect everyone from the Russians in the country, abroad, that the West should be protected from itself and traditional Christian values. And the mission, this mission is that Russia is endowed with this mission. And until recently, Russia had this capacity. I hope it's losing it, but I think it depends a lot from us, from Western states. And this is an important skill. with with its relevant weakness. It was able to point to the weakness, something that we consider our wealth and richness and value. Oh, Russia considers a weakness. So for example, for us, freedom of speech, which is a basic value, precious value by our society, by Russia is considered as a weakness, and for this reason it uses propaganda, fake news, disinformation. So how does this aggression differ from the earlier ones? I agree that, first of all, openness, even though there was an attempt to veil this in the need against Nazism, against enemies, and against everyone, from Russians and Ukrainians. But what I believe is extremely important, and in this case that Putin overestimated the weakness of the West. He was counting on the fact that the West, engulfed in various crises, economic, migration, post-COVID, in a number of campaigns, election campaigns and election processes in different European countries. Also, crises, in-depth crises, will be weak enough that will also swallow the aggression against Ukraine. This way, this time, this distinguishes this aggression, and this reaction was different. We're not sure, of course, how long this unity will continue, or steadfastness. What differs is that the Ukraine is a too important country for the West because it borders with Poland, with NATO, with the European Union. So the West and the size of the country, the West cannot allow, quote unquote, to accept, to just let Ukraine go. Of course, you could recognize the geopolitical concepts, which Ukraine, let's say, is the kind of key country. If Russia loses Ukraine and its imperial value is going to shift and probably lose with China. So this is an opportunity to weaken the Federation, the Russian Federation. However, what the doctor mentioned, and is the except for Russia and turning to the West or other directions, the issue, and the speakers before me also stated, who is our new Nowy Prometeusz. This is the post-colonial syndrome which the Russian Federation has, and also the Poland, on the margin, I'll say that Poland has this also post-colonial syndrome, as well as the former states, Soviet states. So copying certain solutions of the Russian Federation, it's the nomenclature also, this compradors and the nomenclature who remained and who strengthened the impacts, Russian impacts. We hope that this moment has ended, that this aggression will mean that this post-colonial syndrome, I don't know how in Russia, but at least in Central Asia, Central and Eastern European countries, and the Caucasian region will weaken, where strategic culture of the Ukraine will strengthen. We are witnesses of finally a strategic culture of crystallizing the strategic culture of the Ukraine, that it was not precisely defined. Now I think it's clearly acquiring its frame and crystallization. In the strategic culture, does not a syndrome that we have in ours. It's the syndrome of the traitor and the syndrome of the victim. So also that this is a huge, not to leave the Ukraine, not to support it in all possible ways and capacities. Remember also of our own national interests. Thank you very much. Professor Yurishapova, would you like to respond to that? I would like to say that we have these syndromes in the Ukraine also. So please don't let them strengthen. It's difficult to function with them. For me, in short, of course, Alexandros already mentioned this. For me, after February, it was confirmed that the basis of Russian policy is lies and aggression. And this is also very important for me now because I'm in Germany and I'm observing how the truth is, how with such difficulty and hardships, the truth is reaching the West, that the West is fixating on how this situation is threatening the entire world, the situation in the Ukraine. That's the most important thing for me, and to have clarity on that. For countries, Central Asian countries, a child knows that Santa Claus exists. Then there comes a day when somebody comes and tells them Santa Claus doesn't exist. So he believes that he was believing in a myth for some time. And also the leaders of Central Asian countries and the population through Russian television, which dominates in our region. By the 24th, it was said on the TV, please, this is the TV program. At 7, we have this, and the Russian army is to have exercises. At 12, we'll attack Ukraine. At 3 in the afternoon, will take over Kyiv, and then in the evening, the parade and a concert. And everybody believed that Russia is able to occupy Ukraine and be victorious in one day. Russia is the second largest army in the world. No one is equal to them, and there's nobody who's stronger than Russia. That was on the 24th of February, so those events started. And Russia starts losing. The attack on the Crimean Bridge, something in Bucha. Turns out that there's some cruelties, and the army, which has its value, it's good and strong, everything crumbles. All this myth about Putin and Russia crumbles. And this is what changed after the 24th of February, in my opinion. I'm convinced that Dieter at that moment was probably boasting at meetings with leaders of Central Asia that he's going to crush Ukraine, no one's going to stand up to him. And now all the leaders of Central Asia were observing what this is going to look like, and basically they realize that Putin is a myth and everything has collapsed in rubble. So, of course, I won't be able to answer all these questions, but you spoke about Russians and squatters or settlers that they are nomads, but the Russian nation are not nomads. If we speak about Russia, we frequently say that they are Russes, but it's not the case. the last years of the Soviet Union, Tatarstan fought for independence, Chechnya, many republics, national republics, tried to exit the Soviet Union and announce themselves as independent countries or nations. All of these are not Russes. And there are also anti-Russian tendencies there. So those tendencies of weakening came to voice, and now they started to strengthen. In terms of the war, there was a war in Chechnya, Russia. I think the war in Chechnya was a trade. Putin was able to play the card that these are Wahhabis, these are Islamists, and the West turned a blind eye to the total cruelties of bombings and breaking all the rules, and the West allowed to stand next to Putin. And Putin realized he can pull over the West to his side. The important thing is to show the situation to them. The same happened in Georgia. Sarkozy convinced the international community, helped Putin to convince the international community that Saakashvili attacked him, that it's his fault. And again, the West was ready to believe him, because the West increasingly more engulfed itself in gas contracts, and there was Schroederization of Europe, and everyone was pulling to Putin's side. This was also a huge mistake. And so on the 24th of February, and what happened after that convinced the West and Western politicians, even the viable Western politicians, that this is a very dangerous force, that you cannot cooperate with them anymore, that you can't stand on their side, that you have to fight for Ukraine to win, to be victorious, and that Russia loses the war. This was all relevant after the 24th of February. Thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists for an interesting discussion, deep discussion. And I think that freedom always wins. And therefore, when we withdraw from post-Soviet terms, we have to say space, post-Russian space, because it's an outdated empire which brings only evil, death, and war, and it's going to collapse. And I'm deeply convinced that Ukraine, Belarus, Uzbekistan, Georgia, Azerbaijan, all those nations will be free, as well as Tatarstan, Chechnya, and many, many others nations in the post-Russian period.